Over the past 5 years, every single decision we have taken has been to fertilize prosperity for today and to sow the seeds of progress for our nation 10 years from now. Every budget we delivered, every investment we attracted, every infrastructural project we approved, and those we re-engineered are meant for our children, our future, our St. Lucia. The United Workers' Party. Let's keep working.
Philip J. Pierre attacked elderly people and tell, a big story. A big story. I must apologize to elderly people.
If we show emotion, we're called dramatic. When we made bold promises, they said we're nuts. And if we dreamt of moving the earth to please, they say we're delusional. When we stand for something, we're unhinged. When we're too good, there's something wrong with us. And if we get angry because of their lies, we're hysterical, irrational, or just being crazy. But engineering a world-class hospital in 4 years is crazy. Ensuring we transform the town was crazy. Setting up a sporting academy, crazy. Paving over 200 roads in 5 years, crazy. Creating 2,000 new jobs in the BPO sector alone, crazy. A woman empowering her people, crazy. $10 million to refurbish schools annually, crazy, crazy, crazy. So if they want to call you crazy, fine. Show them what crazy can do.
I shouldn't have to rhyme these words in the rhythm for you to know it's a rap. You said you was king, you lied through your teeth. For that.
As a proud St. Lucian youth, I refuse to stand by as our pots fall into foreign hands, robbing us of our rightful inheritance. This isn't just about today, it's about our future. A future where we will only reclaim what's ours when we're 60 years old. Such a corrupt deal cannot go unchallenged. This isn't just a bad deal, it's a theft of our legacy. I'm taking a stand against this blatant corruption, and I urge you to join me. Let's unite and raise our voices loud and clear. On Thursday, 30th November, we march from VG to the William Peter Boulevard. Together we can make a difference. It's time to reclaim what's rightfully ours. Stand with me. Stand with us as we say no to this injustice. Our future is not for sale. Just say no.
The United Workers' Party invites all right-minded St. Lucians to a protest march to say no to this criminal 2.5% tax on the poorest of the poor, to say no to the trampling of the democracy of St. Lucians, to say no to the bad roads and stoppage of critical infrastructure projects for cheap political gains, to say no to selling our seaports for a 40-year deal that only benefits the friends, family, and comrades of the Labour Party. Join us on Thursday, November 30th, as we march from the VG playing field to the William Peter Boulevard to just say no.
You have to go! Call elections! Call elections! Call elections!
As a young person, I have observed what is happening in St. Lucia for the past 2 years. There have been attempts to silence anyone with a contrary opinion. Cabinet members will attack people at will, attempting to force us not to speak out. This nonsense has gone on long enough. I am marching so all St. Lucians can regain their voice and not be bullied. I am marching so the Prime Minister can get a grip on his ministers. I am marching in defense of democracy. On Thursday, November 30th, I am marching from the VG playing field to the boulevard to just say no.
Special good evening to all our family here on Caribbean American News Media. We are happy to be here to spend the evening with you. Just for information, Brother TP will be on at, I believe, at 6 p.m. our time. That is 5 o'clock. I believe 6 in the Caribbean. Let's just pull up that ad. But greetings to all. Yes, let's just look at it. Yes, Brother TP will be on. That is today, Wednesday, 29th of November, 2023, at 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Sky FM. All right, so from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m., Brother TP is going to be on the platform with the Sky FM people. Now, I just want to greet everyone, let you know that the notice was put out late for us being here, but today we're going to start our live coverage from today, right now. We will end for Miss Brother TP, and we'll also end for Newspin. I believe as soon as Newspin is over, we should be back on. And we will be on from, I believe, 10 a.m. in the morning, bringing to you live coverage from the different communities in St. Lucia, how they are preparing. We'll be sharing information as to bus information, how do you get to the destination. And so this is going to be your official platform for those of you in the diaspora. We will be linking with any other live broadcast that will be aired tomorrow. God's willing, we will be linking in with them so that you would not miss anything. We would bring to you the live events as it happens from the different communities until we get into Castries at the VG playing field. But greetings to all. It is good to be here with you. And so we are very happy to be here on the platform. Please share the live as you join. It's an irregular live. It's not our regular time. I thought I would take the time to be here with you. I don't have my glasses, so there's a whole lot of things that can go wrong until I go to Brooklyn and get my glasses at the church. All right, but greetings. Let's take a break and we come back right away.
This is what our roads have become. Tupaisi, Tupala, Getawisa. The lack of productivity and derailing of key infrastructural projects for cheap political gain is crippling my country. I am marching on Thursday, November 30th because we demand better roads now. Join me in demanding immediate action from the government. Just say no.
All right, so just say no. Yes, my friends, the heat is on. One thing I observed on social media, one thing I realized on social media today, and the lines are open. We're inviting folks to call. Let us know if you're going to the march. Let us know how excited you are to get out there tomorrow in the afternoon, in the PM, for this once in a lifetime, I would say to you. Joycelyn Henry, thank you for the many stars. Blessings to you, my top star sender on the platform. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you. So let's get back to our discussion. We have some information out from Dennery. Let me just pull up that information for you. Our Dennery branch. Let's see what is happening. Just give us a minute as we load that information there. This is from the Dennery South UWP branch. All right. Okay, so we have here, this is to those of you who are in Dennery South, and you are trying to gather information as to your transportation. The folks there at the council would want you to know that the bus will be leaving Dennery. A matter of fact, you must be gathered at the point. It will be at 2:45 p.m. You'll be departing you are to gather yourself at 2:45. I'll give you more information, and they will be departing scheduled for 3 p.m. From the Dennery South community, and here is the 3 buses. There are 3 buses that will be leaving the Dennery community, and the drivers are Mr. Lawrence Elmore, Guston, Mr. Tim Rikai, and Mr. Raymond Master B Octave Bastian. These are the transportation that the buses that will get you over to the rally there in the Castries. So this is for the Dennery South. Dennery South. You have 4 buses. Is it 4? 3 buses. Yes, 3 buses that was made available to you. So all Denrians, you're asked to be at your location so that you can be transported to the site. Remember to drink plenty of water. Be careful. Don't walk with extra jewels and all the extra things that you would have. Ensure that you keep your personal items secured and walk with a comfortable pair of shoe. Dress comfortable so you would not have a problem. For those of you who are sick, diabetic, high blood pressure, ensure that you take your medication. Ensure that you're well hydrated. You remain calm. All will be well. So that was from the Dennery South branch. I believe I got something from Grosile. Let me see if the system can pull it out for me. Okay, we'll have to. Yes, I believe we have something here from Grosile. For those of you who are in the Grosile community, this is the constituency of Grosile, very large one. And for those of you who are in Moshi, the square dairy, what is it? Dairy Mita? What is the? I don't know how to pronounce that, but we have Sonia's place, Revere Mita, the Starry Junction. We have Kai Maje Gap. We have the Grosile area there. We have you will be meeting at Johnson's Center. Bus leaves at those locations at 3:30 p.m. Remember, there's traffic, so you do not want to hold up the march. So you would want to get to the site as early as you can. Those of you in Grosile. We also have from Grand Riviere, we have the bus stop in Grand Riviere. So you will meet at the bus stop. Those of you who are in Grand Riviere, you will meet at the bus stop in Grand Riviere. D. Smith, thank you so much for the stars. Really appreciate it. All right. And you are a top sender also. All right. So we're hoping that we're going to get more information, more communication from the different branches around the island. But we got word from Grosile and from Dennery, the Dennery South branch. We await the other groups to come forward with the information so that we can provide it to the people, those who are excited, those who are ready to take to the streets. And you can call us, those of you who are community leaders, you can call us and share the information yourself online. Remember, the number is 929-586-1821. There is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. 929-586-1821. And again, it's a special broadcast, and we are standing with our brothers and our sisters on the island of St. Lucia as they get ready for protest action, and that is tomorrow in Castries in the afternoon, followed by a meeting in the boulevard. All right, and so again, for those of you in Marisil, Corinth, and those other areas there, surrounding areas, you go to the Marisil Bus Shelter, the bus stop there in Marisil. You stand there and there will be transportation provided for you. Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you so much for the stars, all right? So, yes, my friends. So, we still await. I'm just monitoring the system to ensure that we have an upload of all those information that are being sent to us from the different groups there in St. Lucia. Again, you are on to a live coverage of preparation for the protest tomorrow in Castries. All right? Let's take a break. We come back.
The United Workers' Party invites all right-minded St. Lucians to a protest march to say no to this criminal 2.5% tax on the poorest of the poor, to say no to the trampling of the democracy of St. Lucians, to say no to the bad roads and stoppage of critical infrastructure projects for cheap political gains, to say no to selling our seaports for a 40-year deal that only benefits the friends, family, and comrades of the Labour Party. Join us on Thursday, November 30th, as we march from the VG playing field to the William Peter Boulevard to just say no.
You have to go. Call elections. Call elections. Call elections.
All right, so we are back on the air. Somebody is saying that we should put the numbers up on the screen. The number to call again is 929-586-1821. Please join the live. Those of you who are leaders in your different communities, you can reach out to us and let us know what is happening. How are you preparing for this March transportation arrangement? And again, I want to remind you folks to walk with water. Walk with your water. All right? So let's go back over to our let us know, St. Lucia. Please call us. Let us know how you are, how excited you are for this march. And let me remind you, St. Lucians, I know sometimes we forget or we deliberately. Hi, Sylvia and Martina, and all my folks over there on YouTube. Our YouTube brethren are in. I know it's very early for some. Some of you are at work. Some of you are on the bus. By the way, if you're on the bus, let this play it loud. Put it on speaker. Don't be afraid of anybody. Those of you who are on the job and you have the flexibility, put it on speaker. Those of you who, bus drivers, put it on your YouTube system and let the folks enjoy our live program today. And what I'm saying is that here is a cause. And a good cause. The United Workers' Party, we got defeated at the last elections there 2 and maybe a half years ago. What we are seeing on the ground, it is terrible. What is happening in Lucy said that she's at work and she has her headphone on. Flora, yes. Okay. But I'm just waiting for the system to submit all those information that are coming into the platform. So whatever I present to you, some of them are just what I read earlier. And so my memory is not too good, as you would know. So as the information comes, we'll provide it to you. Hyacinth, how are you? Welcome to the platform. Welcome, everybody. Please share. As you come in, we await our calls later on so that you can let us know what is happening on the ground. What is the feel? I can tell you what is happening on social media. Everybody has gone mad. Why? I don't know. All I can say to you is that The Labour Party have had their marches, their protest. A matter of fact, they are known for that. But here's the opposition coming together now, the United Workers' Party, and they say, look, we're going to go out there. We're going to prove to St. Lucian that our democracy is still alive. We're going to prove to St. Lucians that the majority, that we still have the freedom of expression, the freedom to petition our government. While in St. Lucia there is no recall where you can get some petition signed and you can get your government out of office. There's a lot of remedies for bad management in government. There's a lot of remedy that were placed in our constitution to take care of that. And yes, it needs to be strengthened. There need to be a little more need to be done in order for one, if the government is doing foolishness, that there could be other means, peaceful means, lawful means to remove the problem in our government. And here is an opportunity, friends. I don't know if you understand what is happening tomorrow, but what is happening tomorrow, I want you to look back at this year, last year and this year, the atrocities by this government, the insults, the embarrassment in the House, the dysfunction at our passport office, the food prices at our supermarkets in the country, our roads condition. Many of you have lost loved ones on our roads. While the government says to you, next year we will do that. Next year we'll take care of that. Individuals within infrastructure going onto platforms, insulting citizens as they speak. Government leaders and ministers unhinged, complaining about people's accent and people's skin color. That is what you're standing up against. High electricity cost, bullying from government leaders. And I'm not even talking about those hacks, SLP hacks who are out there cussing and doing all their nonsense. I'm not even bothered with that. That's their right, freedom of expression. Yes, their freedom of expression have no limit, have no boundaries. And so everyone is fair game for them. You can no longer express yourselves under our national television network, Government Information Service. You are bullied when you go there. Our schools falling apart. Yes, millions of dollars were borrowed at a high interest rate. Why are we in the streets tomorrow? We're in the streets tomorrow because civil society, leaders in our society, churches and institutions that should be watchdogs and guardian of our democracy stand still, stand quiet, while persons are being insulted because they speak up. Citizens are being insulted and threatened because they exercise their democratic right in a free nation. That's why you need to take the street. Healthcare is still a mess, while millions of dollars are borrowed and placed into healthcare. And the millions of dollars, by the way, that is borrowed for healthcare, they are only borrowed for hospital, for buildings. What sense does this make, right? To have buildings and billions of dollars in buildings or millions of dollars in buildings, good buildings, and our St. Lucian citizens cannot access healthcare in these buildings. What difference does it make? Well, we're going to borrow the millions of dollars and we're going to bring it in, and we're going to when we bring in, thank you, Miranda, for the stars, when we bring in those equipments, we'll equip the hospitals, and then what you hear is that, well, we don't have tissue, we don't have Clorox to clean the machines break down, this malfunction, the ambulance is broken, this and that, and what are we doing? Cancer patients and diabetic patients, is still a challenge for them in a health system. People are still dying because they live in St. Lucia. And while all the latest technology in health and advancement in our healthcare system around the world, it's available to these small developing countries, governments have turned a blind eye on these developments. The advancement in cancer treatment, the advancement in heart issues and all the other medical challenges that people face. Those technologies were available years ago. Some of these medications are available years ago. But we are still struggling in a small country, while we have a medical bill of millions of dollars. Millions of dollars in loans for health care, and the citizens still cannot access it. This is why you need to get into the streets. And you get into the street also to send a signal to the United Workers' Party that they too need to make healthcare priority. They too, we as a party, need to invest heavily in the distribution of health care for the citizens of the country. The majority of our monies should be spent on health care delivery. But what we see is the majority of funds are being spent on buildings, and buildings that make absolutely no sense in the 21st century. And I hope you understand and appreciate, my friends, that this is the moment and this is the time. And yes, you're going to hear a whole lot of noise in the next few days. Today is going to be a whole lot of noise on social media. Whole lot of distraction. People telling you why you should not go out, and they say to you, well, the UWP did not do this and they did not do that. So because they did not do this and they did not do that, you just need to shut up and take what you get. They themselves say to you, it's a new flabo. So if it's a new flabo, it means that this new flabo need to stand up, need to rise up and speak up, so that the old flabo will know that you mean business. They are the ones who say to you that there's a new flabo. But they say to you, don't go out in the streets. Don't protest. What are you protesting for? There's nothing to protest about. The other party was there. But guess what? I confirm there is a new party in town. And it's the new and improved United Workers' Party. Many of us were not actively involved, but many of us are here now. So welcome officially to the new and improved United Workers' Party. And tomorrow, the new and improved United Workers' Party will be in the streets. Will be in the streets. And like I said to you, all of our political pundits have gone to sleep. There is no more advocating on your behalf. All those who are concerned about the democracy and the freedom of St. Lucians have gone quiet. which means that it was just a game, a sham. Caribbean American News Media calling you on the air. Caller, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. You hearing me?
Good, I'm hearing you now. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, I said I missed you Monday and Tuesday, so thank God you are here.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank God you are here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tomorrow I will be at the march, and I'm marching for more than one thing. The 2.5.
Yes.
I just got a floor bill. And my floor bill went sky high because of the 2.5.
So the 2.5 is affecting even your phone bills.
Yes, my phone bill, my internet, and my cable, my flow package.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to pay the bill and I'm asking the rep what happened, he said, well, the 2.5 effective November the 1st. I was shocked, and Flo had already put, for shipping and costing because of COVID. Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah.
So my bill went up twice. Anyway, I'm not only marching for the 2.5, I am also marching for my two white nieces and my white grandnephew, and I'm marching for my white sister-in-law. Wow. Those Labour Party, right, are playing the race card. And a lot of St. Lucians, right, have friends that are white and have family that are white. So I am marching for that. And I'm marching for the roads that are bad in my area up north. Right? When those Labour Party was saying, we don't need roads. But today they're trying to patch roads. And it's a new flambeau because we don't sit there and take the nonsense. We are going back to debunk them and their lies. So I am getting up my butt and I'm going to march. And there are more things. And I'm marching for Uncle Shas to be back as Prime Minister of St. Lucia. I love this man. He's a visionary man. He's a man of heart. He's a man of humility. Oh my goodness. Uncle Shas, I am there for you. I'm coming to march. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. All right. And that's what was our first caller. And she will be marching. Let me just go through the list. She'll be marching for the 2.5%. She just indicated to us that her phone bill went up as a result of 2.5%. And this is not what she's assuming or she's guessing. This is what the company is saying to her. The companies are saying to the citizens that we got to raise you. But then the government and their ZLF say to you, what is 2.5%? That is nothing. I have never seen St. Lucians celebrate taxes in my life, except for only when the Labour Party is in power. I have never seen such confusion in my time just looking at the politics of St. Lucia. So the companies are saying to us that the 2.5% got to be passed on to the customers. And the rest of those who are happy because the government is in power, they say to you, that's just 2.5%. That is sense. That's nothing. And it says a lot. It says a lot. And so she is also protesting for her white families. Her personally, her family. And she's also saying that she loves the Honorable Alan Shastney and look forward to seeing him back in office. Yeah? And you hear this a lot. The number one problem for St. Lucians, as far as we're hearing, is a 2.5% burden that was placed on the backs of the people of St. Lucia. Anytime the Labour Party is in power, taxes goes up. And I remember under Kenny Anthony, under his administration, St. Lucians was squeezed to the point where he called the elections early and they voted him and all his cabals out. They kicked the majority of them out for the same problem. The same problem, and that is the cost of living. So I do not know if the Labour Party has some magic pill or some magical ideas that they can fool the people and tell them everything is good in the country. The Labour Party is only speaking. The government is speaking for the 5% friends. Those who, when the Labour Party is in power, they make a killing in the country. And so when they say to you, well, everything is going fine, it is going fine for them and their friends and their comrades. But for the honorable, ordinary citizens of the country, it is hell. And I don't understand for bus drivers to be so quiet. So quiet. Back in the days, they tell you when you see a man is with a woman and a man beating the woman and she's not doing nothing and she's just there like, what do you call them? She's just there in the house like a ghost and ain't nothing she can do. The man doing all what he want. And you got to say, my way, my way. Who my way, St. Lucia? Who my way, our bus drivers, our road users? Who my way, our fishermen? Who my way, our ordinary citizens? Who got to make a decision whether they're going to buy food? As a matter of fact, those who or the only thing they can do is to pay the bus to go to Castries and pray that some miracle happen in Castries so that they can get some food items to go back to their communities with. Who have Mawe, our people, that they are afraid to speak up? Who have Mawe, the different institutions in the country, that they can't speak? It's like everybody have take a dose of the Momo pill. And for those who are online, who are speaking, pontificating, keeping a whole set of noise, wasting cyberspace and taking up cyberspace, they don't care a hoot about you all. If you listen to them carefully, listen to them, they don't speak on your behalf. They speak of their hatred for one man. They don't speak about the road conditions, our young people, lack of opportunities for them, the high unemployment among our young people. They don't speak about that. They don't speak about the retired folks who are coming out of retirement because the Labour Party is in power so that they can take the jobs from our young people. They're not speaking about that, those who are online. Listen to them carefully. It's about hatred and bitterness and besmirchment of people's character. It's not on the issue. It is all to defend that in which is indefendable. When last have you had a good conversation about the plight of our poor families in the country? And the high rate of our dying young boys? And the truth be told, of course, some have become menace to our society. When last have you heard those pundits beg for mercy on poor families? You listen to them carefully. Don't take my word for it. You listen, St. Lucians. Listen and pay attention. It's all about I, me. You listen to them. It's all about a man who don't even know that they're speaking about him. Creating characters about people that they know nothing about, while they themselves are dirtier than dirty, while they themselves are wallowing in the mud of nastiness and declassiness and incivility, uncivilized behaviors that we thought we had stamped out in this developed world. We thought that we had gotten over the dark ages, the days of ignorance, where people could not read and write and understand. Now the world university is at our disposal. We thought we had gotten rid of those type of déclassé ideas and communication. We thought that we had lifted the standard up in the country. Only to realize that there are some who are not in the country but are in the diaspora who are making a fool of themselves. Why can't they take their time to help nation building? Find ways how we can get grants, how we can get supplies into St. Lucia to take care of the vulnerable. Instead of coming together to do that, they're online talking foolishness. While many of them have not even apologized or have not even confessed and forsake their nasty ways. We thought we had stamped out ignorance to a certain degree in our nation. But the more things change, the more it remains the same. When I listen to some conversations, I am shocked myself, and that's the truth, I'm telling you. I told you one time I went back to St. Lucia and I parked the vehicle, and then this woman came out cussing me, just going on like a, you know, like when you enrage a bear or something. Well, some of you haven't seen a bear before. She came out charging, and I'm standing there just watching, my mouth open, and like I'm looking behind me to see if it's really me. Because I know I have not done, I just came back from the United States. I have not done anything to her. We had never had an encounter. And she came out fuming with blood in her eyes and fire in her nostril like a vampire. Ferocious. And I stood there, I'm like, well, what is the problem? Looking around, when I checked myself, she was communicating with me, and that was the way of her communication, shouting, screaming, and insulting. I thought we had stamped that ignorance out. Calling people names and mepui. I thought we had overcome a lot of these garbage in our society. That being on a global stage looking in, you are more embarrassed. Even in our politics, in our house, when you look at the house sitting, the ignorance, the déclassé, unrighteousness that goes on there, you wonder. And you thought you had stamped out with the cyber university that are available to all human beings. You thought that they would Google to see how they can how they should react and how they should deport themselves when they are in public. I hate to see human beings when they are déclassé and they're shouting and screaming and keeping a whole lot of noise and telling you about your mother and blah, blah, blah. And you just watch them and it's like, what is this? I thought we had stamped out this nastiness. But lo and behold, COVID taught us nothing in St. Lucia. We saw our loved ones being buried. Some can't breathe, having problems in breathing because of COVID. We saw some of them drowned in their own body fluid with COVID. We were on the brink in St. Lucia of one of the biggest disasters of all times. And people were not, it was business as usual, nothing to see here. And the government took the opportunity on the frustration of citizens with COVID being locked into their homes, not being able to go out and do what they normally do. And for the men, said normally te pli fâché gouvernement because they could not have gone yo pate sa ale ek jabal yo ek boy wom yo ek faire toute ces magie yo de ka fait yo pate sa fait because yo any restriction. So poor Mr. Chasney was the unfortunate government during COVID. And I'm telling you, if the Labour Party was in power during COVID, the United Workers' Party would have been in power right now. Because the people were frustrated. Not because Mr. Chasney and his team was not working. St. Lucian saw buildings going up. They saw roads being done. They saw infrastructure like they have never seen it before. Well, if you ask me about the roads, I believe that we need to bring in the experts to review. And some of these roads, they are due for an entire dig up. New foundations. Let them contractors stop doing shortcut with the asphalt or whatever you call it, the Barber Green, whatever you use. Let them stop giving you cheap work in our roads. Let them use more of the materials and not no carpet, little pieces, few inches on our roads. There are more vehicles than before in St. Lucia. There are heavier vehicles than before. There's more traffic in St. Lucia, and you are doing roads the very same way that John Compton used to do. And by the way, when John Compton did a road, it used to last forever. There's a piece of road from, I think from Denry going all the way down Miku going there. That piece of road, I'd never see a piece of road like that. That road was hard. That road, I'm telling you, that road was, to me, piece of the best that was done in St. Lucia. That road, I am telling you, whoever the contractor was, knew what he was doing. Huh? Yes. So instead of spending monies, and by the way, I will predict to you, St. Lucians, you will have to borrow millions of dollars again. After the Labour Party would have borrowed money to do the roads, you would have to borrow millions again when they go out to build your roads and infrastructure. You will have to borrow millions of dollars again to get a new hospital in Vieux Fort. Because they are not building for the future, they are building for elections. And the sooner Mr. Pear grow up and understand that he is the leader, and it's not about 5 years, but it is about the future of St. Lucia. The quicker he realizes that, then he will ask his troops, his people, his ZLFs, to cool out. Yeah? You'd ask them to cool out and assist us. Yeah? And I go back St. Lucian. Don't forget the lines are open. Don't be afraid to call, man. I know many of you are at work, and this is an unusual time. But why can't we be here talking a few minutes together? Why can't we do it? Make sure your phone is charged, because in the next few days, from next few hours, Facebook is going to be ablaze from today and tomorrow, ablaze with a movement that the Labour Party started. I'm saying it to you, St. Lucians. This movement that you see here, the Labour Party started it. When they started attacking Mr. Shastny in the House, and the Speaker turned the House into a disgrace, and the curse words were here, echoing through the chambers of the House after they prayed. Some time ago, I saw the Attorney General doing the opening prayer. I don't know if he's a pastor, I don't know if he's a preacher, but I saw him leading the prayer in the House. Now, I'm just asking a question. Is it they couldn't get another pastor to come in and do it because you have last books? Because it's the same guy who sits next to the Prime Minister and can't stop him or advise the Mr. Francis to cool out, stop breaking the law of St. Lucia. That's exactly what he's been doing. Trying to stifle freedom of expression by elected member. Misleading St. Lucians. Acting like he's a god, he's a judge. Yeah, no judge. Not even T-Papier you have. The House of Assembly is not an insurance company. And we got to remind these fellas and the Speaker that the House is not the CDC. Because as a young boy, that's why I used to see him with a newspaper in his hands. There's a whole set of rum shop there, and they would like those areas. The House of Assembly is not the CDC. It's not a rum shop. It's not a kangaroo court. And it's not the Mama La Rose thing where you have the fake police and the fake this. It's a real house. It's not no Vive La Rose. You act like you are Vive La Rose Speaker. And then you said to the press, well, if you all do your job, you all don't ask the Prime Minister, I do my job. How are you doing your job when you ended up in court and losing? It means that you're doing somebody else's job. Do your job, for God's sake. And be part of those who would protect the institutions of the state. So the last sitting I heard, I saw, was it the Attorney General doing the opening prayer? But he laughs at every garbage that is spewed. I watch him. He was there at the Labour Party's convention when the Prime Minister of Grenada came. By the way, I can't say too much about you, Mr. Prime Minister in Grenada. We have a bombshell for you. But it is time we will drop it. He was sitting there with a smile on his face. But then he's praying for the opening. No wonder that special session was confusion. God is not mocked, you see. God ain't no mock. And the first thing we heard in the House, first thing we heard was Shastny have an accent. And St. Lucians are so dumb, backwards, and stupid that they believed him because he had an accent. That's what Joachim really said to the people. Caribbean American News Media, calling you on the air.
Hi, Pastor Garfield. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're live on the air.
Yes, I know. Thank you so much. And I'm calling from Miami, so I'm not going to be physically at the march, but I would like to call and just advise as to what I am saying no to. I would like to express my support for the UWP in that march that is going to take place tomorrow. And some of the things that I would like to say no to, the 2.5% health and security levy. I say no to the high gas prices. I say no to the high prices of grocery items. I say no to the reconstruction of St. Jude's Phase 1. Mr. PM, please complete Phase 2. I say no to the bad roads. I say no to the not completing the HIA project, which was started by the Alan Shastney administration. I say no to the GPH agreement. I say no to racism. I say no to Philip J. Pierre. I say no to Ernest Hilaire. No to Stephenson King. No to Richard Frederick. No to Sean Edwards. No to Emma Hippolyte. No to Kenny Anthony. No to Moses Musa Jabati. No to Virginia Albert Poyot. No to Kenson Casimir. No to Joachim Henry. No to Alfred Proste. No to Alva Batiste. No to Jeremiah Norbert. No to Wayne Girard. And a big fat no to Claudia Francis. I just wanted to air this afternoon on your show. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. Thank you for calling. And there you have it, folks. Okay. One of our callers here in the diaspora saying no to, a lot of stuff. And I got to try to keep up with those no's, because I hope the government is hearing the no's. And they will say, well, these are only the United Workers' Party no's. Everybody else love us, and St. Lucia is fine, blah, blah, blah. But here is another set of no. Folks, I want to hear your no's. Why are you going to be walking tomorrow? Why are you tired of being tired? Why are you going to be out there tomorrow? Don't go out there if you don't know what you're going out for, Enough. The times of ignorance is over. If you don't know what you're going out for, don't go. So know before you go. Why are you upset? Why are you tired? Why have you run out of patience? Why are you going out tomorrow? Don't go because you're going to get free ride and you haven't gone to Tonga for a while because you have money. Don't go out because it's free ride. You'll get a little juice, or you will see somebody you have to drop something for. Why are you going out? Have a purpose. Understand, we need educated voters in our country. Enough of the cabaway voters. Enough with people protesting because they will get a little drink. St. Lucia need you, United Workers' Party, now. St. Lucian needs you now. And let me tell you, by and by, when this party will be out of power, St. Lucians will thank you. They're keeping noise now, but they will thank you. Look at what happened to Guy Joseph on HTS. Interrogated. Call you on the air. Okay, we have a call trying to come through. Let's take this call. Please bear with me, folks. Caller, you on the air, Caribbean American News Media. Why are you going to march tomorrow?
Yes, I'm going to march tomorrow because we have been disrespected by this government of Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party. And the disrespect comes out of lying, constantly lying, and constantly trying to deceive the people, and constantly insulting the intelligence of the people of St. Lucia like myself.
Yeah.
I say no to the Labour Party because I'm a St. Lucian who was not born in St. Lucia.
Wow.
And I believe that me, like tens of thousands of other St. Lucians who are not natural born St. Lucians, are entitled to, by our constitution, to serve our country in whatever office that we are elected to serve in. And therefore, I say no to a government. I say no to a government that promotes division and racism in our country. It is the most despicable and abhorrent sort of policy and attitude, and it is akin to what people like Hitler did in Germany. We cannot racism when we were the victims of racism for 400 years. Our ancestors were the victims of racism. And today, we who should know better are the ones who are promoting racism. So I say no to racism. I say no to a divided St. Lucia, which is what this Labour Party is promoting in St. Lucia. I say no to a dictatorship. This Labour Party is trying to kill our democracy. I say no to a government that has killed our banana industry. I say no to a government that is killing the main industry of this country, which is tourism, and hiding the figures away from the people.
Wow.
That even up to today, we are at the end of November, we have yet to see the figures for September and October of this year of arrivals. And this is unprecedented. And only under this government have we seen the figures for unemployment and tourism and many of the other important milestones and statistics that would help us assess where we are and to make decisions concerning our development and our advancement as business people and just as citizens of this country. So I say no to a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability on the part of this administration. I say no to the incompetence of this government in all areas, whether it be healthcare, whether it be infrastructure maintenance or development, whether it be crime, whether it be education. So I say no to incompetence. St. Lucia, we can do so much better than we are doing under this government. This government is thriving on fooling us. A lot of not misinformation, but disinformation, propaganda, and blatant lies. Blatant lies. That is disrespectful from people of high office. I say no to mafia racketeering, which is what I see in this deal that they call GPH. This GPH deal where we are selling away our country for 30 to 40 years just to please a few cronies of the St. Lucia Labour Party and their friends and their families. And the same foreigners that they told us that we should not. Our previous government under the UWP has adopted. And today, they are doing 10 times worse than they ever said the United Workers' Party was doing. I say no to borrowing over $1 billion in 2 years of being in government, and still this country is experiencing the worst financial hardship that we have ever experienced in our recent history. And I say no to additional taxes when things are so tough on the average family. 2.5%, I definitely say a loud and resounding no. And I say no to the St. Lucia Labour Party. And I say yes, let's march. And I say yes, let's rally around the United Workers' Party. And I say yes, let's rescue St. Lucia. And let's say no to Philip J. Pierre tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much. Wow. was some serious no's. Mama, moi hen a headache. Tek mo gafe mo mal. Mama, no to racism. I heard somebody said it, I laughed so much. Somebody said that black people cannot be racist. And the sad thing about Google is that when you Google certain things, you got to be very careful the response that you get, because some of them Google and ask Google if black people can be racist. And Google says to them, well, you must have some kind of power or authority in order to be racist, blah, 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 blah. But of course, black people can be racist. Because, and I said it, when black men rape our women, well, that's not racist. Well, they exercise some power. They enslave our women, using their power either of wealth, of strength, of influence on these women. Yeah? Somebody said, well, we can't be racist against the whites. Yes, we can. Oh, yes, we can. And that's why I said to you, all the noise you hear all over the place, it's time for us to start locking those noise out. And I'm beginning to realize how much we need to lock those noise out, because those noise get you so concerned, and some of you get angry when you hear the noise, the garbage. Somebody said they can't share the live. Can anybody check to see if the live button is available? I am not sure if there was an update on social media, but our live button should be there. I was able to share earlier, so I hope that you can share the live. But our line's on. We want to hear all the no's. Our caller in Miami. No to all cabinet members, including the speaker. A big fat no. An emboldened no. Capital no. Capital N. Oh. And I wish I had a pan to beat and to say, call the elections now. But we don't do those things. We don't drink what we have to rub with. Gas price, 2.5% tax. St. Jude's, our roads, the groceries, our airports, St. Jude's Hospital. They think that people forget. They think you don't remember their lies. They think that you St. Lucians forget their bluff and their fluffs and their flashing mirrors. And they think that you forget the speaker's attempt to hold back Mr. Shastney's salary when he knew that he had no authority. Did Mr. Shastney get his salary? Every cent of it. Speaker have no authority on that. Who hired him? The speaker? Yeah, the speaker is the one paying government ministers and opposition ministers. Bluff and fluff. Speaker got to go. Bluffs. And we had our caller from St. Lucia who said he wasn't born in St. Lucia. I never knew that, brother. And he loves his country, you see. He loves his country. And because of this brother who just called, who aided in the successful government of the United Workers' Party. Oh, bananas. The insults on the citizens. And they say to you that everything is good in the country. If you're pregnant, you can't be in St. Lucia. By the time you get to the hospital, a pothole take your pick-me. A pothole take your child. Holes like so. I think St. Lucia is really a Christian capital because your holy Telma, Lani Tutut Patu, your holy, holy, holy. With Archbishop Philip JP. And he told the reporters, young reporters, you know, that nothing is wrong with the house. Everything is good. I don't see anything wrong there. Everything is good. I mean, we need more. We need more of that. Yes, we don't. I don't see. When you have government ministers dripping with hatred, you can see it as if we are stupid as spectators, as citizens. We are so dumb, we cannot see hatred and bitterness when it shows up. We can see it. The man, I see Joachim, all the muscles in his neck inflated with the air of hatred and anger. And the same way he walked into the church, he walked into the house to ensure that he inflict maximum insult on the Honorable Alan Chastity. And he said, well, accent, St. Lucians will believe you if you have an accent. So they ain't believing you guys now because you ain't had no accent. Insult is not an accent. So you don't have an accent. What is it with you guys and race and accent? Agiveza. Bexoni accent, Makni accent. All of us St. Lucia have a different accent. You have an accent, sir. Although sometimes we don't understand you. You got to slow down. Don't let your bitterness and hatred have the best or take the best of you, brother. So we are so stupid. We don't know when we're being played. You guys told us, and St. Lucians, you need to match for the Dia Mall. Because they told you it was a bad deal. They told you that there were some bluffs or some nasty deals that they have never seen in their life that took place. Of course, you have never seen such in your life. Some of you have not traveled for a lot, you know. If not for the government passport, some of you ain't reaching nowhere. Government visas, government passport, you're not exposed to the outside world. You're in a product of nowhere. Not even your own country. So you told us the Dia Mall was a bad deal, and then you come back and you say to us that, yes, we'll be moving into the Dia Mall, it's finished. And when we just trying to figure out, the cabinet is trying to figure out which of the government agencies we will move in, and the government will get back the property. It will be back in the possession of the property. But that's not, you corrected, Mr. Speaker, and the SLP cabals. You corrected the Honorable Alan Chastity when he said to you guys that it will get back into the hands of the government as part of the arrangement. You fellas said it was a lie, and I remember when you said it was a lie. And then the same thing you said it was a lie, you come back to tell us the same lie is the truth. You see why St. Lucian's got to go out? Yeah? Even we have Grenada in the house. Welcome, Grenada. Grenada is now on our side now. Because you encourage the Grenada Prime Minister to come and do foolishness in the nation. when he have a whole set of problems in his country to deal with that he can't deal with. And he's doing the very same thing our Prime Minister is doing in St. Lucia, misleading the people. But let me just talk for a moment with the deception. They said to you St. Lucians that they can't fix your roads because it was raining. You remember? Then a few days later they said the truth slipped out of the heavy roller mouth. Be careful with truth. You know it slips out through your eyes, your nose, and every crevice that it finds. Truth will always be truth, Mr. Heavy Snaker. And so Mr. Heavy Snaker says to us, well, we don't have the money. But your Prime Minister said in New York that it's raining, and you said it's raining, so you can't repair a road when it's... I remember it was a big fiasco. I get in trouble too. Because I was there. You all tried to put me out. I was there at the town hall meeting, Mr. Heavy Snaker. And then, Mr. Heavy Snaker, we found out that you were rushing to patch holes in the rain. In the rain. You were patching holes in the rain, Mr. Heavy Roller. So you guys act like you are a zombie government with your jerk reactions and your ad hocness. You have big opening ceremony, big handing over ceremony for nothing. You dig a hole in the road, big ceremony. You move an electrical pole, big ceremony. And that's all you guys have been doing, for all your lives. Naming hospitals and it can't open. Naming this, everything you guys see, you have a big ceremony and name it. Huh? Everything, big ceremony and naming, groundbreaking. Ribbon cutting. Remember when they got elected, what they did? I think it was somewhere in Castries. They built a little plywood house for a man. Listen to me. You swear they were opening a new White House in St. Lucia. Television cameras, tent, food, big celebration. Show you the man walking in to his house. They're cutting ribbon. And the poor man stand up there is like, oh, Lord. I don't want to be on TV, but them fellas got to stroke their egos. Then Denry, I haven't heard of this ceremony yet. I don't know if they had a big ceremony in Denry for the 3 snake pens. Because this government is a snakish government. I don't know if they had a ceremony for those 3 shacks. But I heard after I went to Denry and I filmed the houses, I found out that they went behind the fellas to find out which one of them let me in. Which one of them, not realizing that one of them, I've known him. As a matter of fact, I know all of them fellas. And I have great respect for Akang, former fisherman in Denry. Huh? And when Akang saw me and all them fellas, they were excited. Poor Akang have his little house, no toilet. Poor Akang, when rain come, he have to dodge. He got to hide. It only have 2 little rooms, one for the mosquitoes and one for Akang. Because it's a mosquito pen. They built it by a canal. So Akang have no water. You think they would pull a pipe and put it close to them? So the fellas can at least get some water. You treat them like human beings, for God's sake. Akan showed me and the other fella, the two others, but they're afraid to talk because they will be victimized. Even our homeless are victimized in St. Lucia these days. Nobody is safe. So they went behind Akang and them fellas to rough them up. Who show him? Who show him the house? Who show him? You see what we do for y'all? We ain't doing nothing for y'all again. Y'all ungrateful. Y'all not good. Good cuss out they get. The fellas said that when the rain come on one side, they got to dodge to the other side. But guess what? The bed, they build a bed. The bed is about a few feet up in the air. So when them fellas sleeping, they got to be careful that their nose ain't touch the galvanized. If they sneeze, the galvanized gone. So the bed is built into the house. My shimmy wesa. Mama, Zoboy. Wise me.
I heard this short fella. The sky is falling.
You close your mouth, the sky will fall just now tomorrow. We'll talk about your sky tomorrow. Hey. The bed is built in 2024. Them fellas built a bed with some 2x4. Poor Akang is so short. For Akang to get on the bed, he have to put a bucket. Climb on the bucket. He need to flex koi, according to ninja. Put down like kushla. If per adventure I can drink a little bounty, Ekiyai domi a le kusha, and he gets some bad dream, Ika tobe plat long platate. C'est ça me dit ça, moi way. So, when the rain is coming, he can't sleep on the bed because he can't move the bed. You call it built-in bed. Mama, so boy, we say. Yeah. And so, when I look in the sky, I see why the rain coming there. Pieces of plywood they pick up somewhere, piece of door, and patch it up. But they got funding for it. How do we know they got funding? They told us they run out of money. That's why they couldn't do the toilet. How can you run out of money with two little cabaret? How do you run out of money? 4 pieces of plywood. How much is that? Maybe 10 blocks. Because they build it on blocks. I don't know if the blocks have steel in it. Don't ask me. The door was sponsored from under somebody's house somewhere. Don't ask me how you run out of money when you didn't buy the door. Don't ask me that question. And you know what they said to us? They said to us, well, we should be happy the fellas were sleeping under the boathouse. At least they wasn't getting wet under the boathouse. At least they could have moved their cabin from one side to the other. For God's sake. And you know what? They cuss us off and say, these UWP people, the people was under the boathouse and you all ain't do nothing for them. And we build these 3 mansions for the fellas and you all mad. We build it there and this is a caring Labour Party. And Mr. Peck comes and he said, well, those homes that were built were not for, was for what? He said it was for the poorest of the poor. Well, some, you know what he does. So they said they should be happy we give them something. But I believe that if you're giving somebody something, you give them something good. Especially as a government. If you're going to build homes, you want to ensure that them fellas can use the bathroom. What we tried to do back in the days in Dennery, and don't ask me why, you had to get a bucket. The toilets that were built, you had to put a bucket in it. And in the morning, early, 4 o'clock before the ladies go to work at Bell Fashion, they would walk down the street. You should see sisters. I know because I used to live right there on High Street in Dennery. So early in the morning, you would see a whole set of ladies walking with their little bucket of poop. Walking with their bucket of poop to go and jump at the Lucia or whatever you call it down the road. So you know early in the morning, the whole street smell of poop. Because we couldn't do better. So we thought we had eradicate the smell of poop in Dennery. But you fellas build a house without poop, without toilet, so that the fellas can poop. Yeah? I know what you're going to say. Come for me. I am open game. Calling you on the air, Caribbean American News Media.
Yes. Good evening to you, Garfield, and your viewers.
Hey, brother.
Man, you forget something, my brother.
Talk for me.
You didn't tell us what was holding the doors and the windows.
Boy, I don't know if it's one of Akang drawers or what. I can't remember.
Brother, you know why I'm laughing? I laugh because when we brought that issue to light, most of the United Workers Party Social Labour Party surrogates was saying like, "Oh, that's better than nothing," and they give the man a house when he did not have a house.
That's right.
You know, they made it seem like it was the Salvation Army or it was like a personal, somebody building him a house, you know, and not the government that building the person that house. To me, it was an insult to the people of St. Lucia.
It was.
And to get it worse is what Philly JP said at that conference when they asked him about the houses, and he said this house was not meant for people.
Oh,
it was meant for the poorest of the poorest.
Yes.
You understand? So I was wondering whether the poorest of the poorest people were not human beings. Now, this is what this inclusion populists have to go out there and match against. The insult, Garfield. The insult. Whether it's from a white man or a black man, we don't want insult.
True.
It's the insult. It's the disrespect. It's the saying that's not our business.
True.
Garfield, honestly, man, I try my best, man, to be outside there, man. But, man, it was, I could not find my doctors, so I allow that to go to this time. But I still have people there representing me. I could say boldly that I have 6 people outside there representing me.
That's
including 3 strong SLP supporters that have now turned from SLP to UWP because of my influence.
Wow.
So I have these people coming out there. That's why I'm urging the United Workers Party supporters. When you see people among us, people make mistakes in life, partner.
True.
We are human beings. You know, we make mistakes, and as long as we can see the mistakes that we do, and because we always have a chance to undo the things that we did. You understand? This is the opportunity. The people are getting the opportunity presented to them to undo what they did in June 2.5 years ago. So they will do it. So just give them a chance. Don't run after them. Embrace them.
Yep.
Remember we had the prodigal son from the Bible.
Aye, preacher man.
So we need to embrace people. We need to embrace them. Because so a lot of people make a lot of mistakes, Gavin.
It's true.
Some of them that did not go out and vote. Some of them that just voted for SLP because of what they were hearing.
Yeah.
It's a lot of mistakes, but I guarantee you, Garfield, that these individuals now have seen the mistake that they have made.
Yep.
And the people want to right their wrongs. So let's give them an opportunity. Let's embrace them.
Yeah, so they're
Let's
welcome.
embrace them.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, Garfield. So, guys, I'm calling out everyone and all from St. Lucia, those that are in the diaspora, encourage your family, brother, man. Because when one fall, one have to lift up the other.
True.
So we need to encourage each other to go out and do what's right, Garfield.
Yep.
It's what is right. This is our man, Garfield. You don't know how bad it is in St. Lucia, man. When I heard a pound, and I got receipts, I got everything. A pound of mixed pack chicken is $17.
Jesus.
Garfield, it's all the back my chicken for this year. Let me tell you the analogy a friend of mine used. A friend of mine told me that, Gregory, before you used to see the chicken walking everywhere. Everywhere. You see loose chicken running everywhere. He told me now, Gregory, you cannot see loose chicken anymore.
All the native chicken, you can
There is no wild chicken anymore.
Italian, you can manger chez chien too.
That's all, Garfield, bagay movie. Mais nous pas loin. Bagay movie, c'est pour nous pas
you can pas marcher avec un chicken, non?
Oui. Yo di mwen moun, yo di mwen bouka, yo di mwen Facebook la invent a new technique côté they have a matches, they light a matches and they blow the little smoke of the matches under the chicken nose. A chicken ne kato ba dukiti.
What? Yeah.
Kasi ba kay di mauvais cette musique comme ça. Vous avez ça kato, kay mauvais gati.
Oh, shock me, that's breaking news, brother.
That's what I told him to do.
Oui.
But you remember your stepfather, God bless his soul, used to have a lot of bananas.
Yep.
And man, I remember any person could just, you walk down that road, you jump under the Amosin's banana farm, you cut a hand of banana and you go. And it was okay, Gabriel.
Yep. There's no bananas there now.
Too many.
Yeah.
But now there is no banana. Now they tell me what they're doing, they're injecting needles in the banana. Because the people you cannot find banana now. Banana is now an expensive commodity.
Jesus. Wow.
So things are really rough in St. Lucia. Where is Prosper? But another thing I want to point out there again, Garfield. I remember when Prosper came in as the representative of Denry, he said, I remember all Brother Anson, I could mention his name. He was there, in joyous way, talking about how Prosper is revamping the Saturday night fish festival.
Mm-hmm.
Garfield, I have evidence. When you go to Denry on a Saturday, there is only free vendors. I have pit photos, I have everything. Yes, free vendors.
Wow.
Free vendors. I can mention the names. I'm not afraid. Free vendors. So that's to show you, Garfield, everything, them fellas, it's just a big show off with the SLP all the time. It's a big show off. And slowly and surely, all the stuff in St. Lucia is dying gradually at the hands of the St. Lucia Labour Party. So the people in St. Lucia need to come out, show your presence. Another thing I want to say again, Gabriel, you see, I want some of the young people in St. Lucia to use the protest march as a place to come and vent their frustration. Do it discreetly, but come out and vent your frustration, my brothers and sisters. Come out in large numbers. Don't be afraid.
Gabriela.
Come out and vent on the 30th, which is tomorrow. Gabriel, have a pleasant night, man. God bless.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow, wow, wow. St. Lucians, watch your breath. But again, if you listen to the hacks on social media, everything is fine. Nothing to see here. Nothing to discuss. So I was telling you about the houses in Denver. We came under heavy fire. Fellas get their nice mansion and everything else. And yeah. I spoke to the guy there, the chairman of the Denver constituency office, and I told him, man, what are you guys doing? He told me, look, they run out of money, but they're going to be putting in the toilets for the fellas. But the roads in Denver, a mess. And I'll tell you, I saw Mr. Prosper throughout my stay in Denver. I saw him once at a funeral service that I went a Saturday. Once. And I did not see him again after that. I honestly did not see him. And I was all over the village. But let's go to Mr. Jeremiah. Where is he from? In Miku. And it's just an advice from me. Not that I'm giving you mepui, sir. But for me, I think that you should build a house for your father. And I'm serious. Even one of those little things from Dennery could have helped your father in Miku. And if you all think that I'm messing around and I'm just playing games here, I'm not playing no games. Because we will build a house for him if you don't want to build it. So, yeah, Naima, I used to eat my food by you all. Is that I used to get my breakfast and my lunch sometimes by you there? Sister, it's good food, yeah. Why me? Moi même.
I heard this short fella. The sky is falling.
Yeah, the sky was falling for my belly. Very often in Denver. But let's go over to Miko, and I'm serious. Mr. Norbert. Sorry. Let me just fix this thing. I'm going to play you folks something that I came across about the condition of Mr. Jeremiah's Norbert father's house in Miku. While you're building cemeteries and you're speaking about a lot of things, I strongly believe that if you don't want to build a house, give somebody in secret the materials to help your father. Now, I'm going to show you a video here, folks. I am going to show you a video. But before I show you the video, let me just see something here. Yes, I'm going to play it. I'm not going to hold it back. It's time for me to put this out. Because you guys are acting like, the United Workers' Party people are dangerous. They're no good. They're a menace to society. They should they should leave St. Lucia for you all and come back when you're all not in office. That's how I take it from you guys. But let me show you something, Mr. Jeremiah. While you were helping, I think you were trying to help Marvin, when he was helping to build a house for a lady in the place there, I think he requested help from you. I don't know if you gave him the help to help with the galvanizing the house for the lady. I believe you did, right? I believe you did. But your father had no galvanize on his, and I'm going to show the people of St. Lucia. Because you see, self-righteousness, we have to debunk it. We got to expose it. Let's go over to a clip, folks. Look at this. Stay there. So, for me, I would say to you, and that's just one. That's just one of the videos. Maybe we'll give you time to think about it quickly. We'll give you time to think about it and to do something, and then we will release the other set of videos that we have on our platform. So I'm just giving you a little notice to go take care of that. I'm just showing you a little piece of something. You got to watch really hard to see the house on the side. All right? But his father is really in need of a dwelling place. All right? In real desperate need of a property there. Yeah, man. I'm protecting him. You know, I'm trying to be very responsible, Miranda. That's why I'm just playing it a certain way. But, you know, let me see if I can put it back again. It's going to be quick. But I don't want to expose anything too much yet. All right? Hey. I just want them to see the area. They will know when they see what is going on. You might not understand, but they will. Some galvanized and some plywood, and it will be okay. And somebody came here under the live, Bennett, and she said, I really wish you did not go that far. Was his father there for him? You don't know Jeremiah's story. Leave Jeremiah alone. You see what I'm saying? So here is what my friend here is saying to me. Well, because there was a problem there, you know, eating a problem, make papa take care of Lee, ek baray kohan. So, monsieur même, il n'y pou quitter papa là, aller dans vieux kay là, because nous pas connaître story nous pas ni pour parler about ça, but nobody is counseling them when they don't know the truth about people. And they go out to besmirch people and to say all manner of evil against them. Pierson pa connaître story lot se moun la. Huh? But I appreciate you. You know, you said stick to this. That's my issue. That's my issue. Because what I like know is that même si maman nou, papa nou, for those of you who follow me, you would know that mwen a passion when it comes to papa. Ek issue, nom ki pa take care of issue. Mwen a gros problem ek sa. Ou check li? Ek mani pièce excuse pour pièce ti mamay qui pa aider papa yo ou maman yo. Même si papa ou pa te take care of vous, ek papa ou fin, ou ni pou bay manger, of course. Si papa ou ka dormi aba bridge la, a bridge, ek ou sa fait a ti kay pour papa ou ete. Même si ou pa vle parler ek papa ou because il faut mal, méchant. Mais ou ni a responsibility. Ek sa se point mwen. Ou ni a responsibility. Pour si papa ou fait, point a ti bagay pour la manger, ek bay a moun pou bali si ou pa vle mene pa kou. Or si ou sav a moun dou gasa papa ou malade, gasa papa ou ka dormi aba fig. Ek si ou pa ni tche, même si papa ou pa de take care of vous, hein? Si ou pa ni tche, you are in a position where you can help. And as I said earlier, and I said it well because I don't understand the relationship with him and his father. I really don't. And that's his personal business. It is his personal business. And I'm not going to go into that. But my point is, and this is what righteousness is all about, you know. Mweni a papa, I pate take care of nous. Stepfather moi qui take care of moi. Papa moi pas fait rien by se ishli. Il n'y a shop, il n'y tout qualité bagay a shop li. Et go my grandmother. Il t'aide pour ay garder pour tout qualité bagay pour faire pour nous hen manger. Ça il te ka fait, il te ka boire wom, il te ka buy tout ces friendly alcohol, toutes ces jamets li, ces family, il ka buy yo l'argent, yo ka manger l'argent. Et nous-mêmes, nous pas tenir rien. Nous ka aller l'école sans livre, sans soul bagay, beau soulier, not even a bag. So moi connaître, moi vidi ici n'a parler. M'a parlé bêtises ces moun là. Pour ça moi do, si papa on fait and you're in a position to help. Si papa ou besoin a tikay et une influence, you are in a position to help. One day, you have a responsibility as a leader in the country to help. And that's the truth. That is the truth. Because we in our society must expect better from our politicians. We must hold our politicians to a higher standard. And that's our problem. We have excuse for everything and everybody in our society. Well, he have a reason to cuss him off. He have a reason to insult her. He have a reason to tell her about her underwear and her bra and everything else. You don't know what she said about him, so you have a right. And so we look for excuses for men and women in our society. And because of that, my friends, what we create, a bunch of monsters in our society. So I know what I'm speaking about, because when I speak, and one of these days, I'll give you my story. Pour ça, les moi ouais nom qui pas peut take care of ces nom yo, ces ti mama yo gasa na fâché tellement, because moi savent. Ou check li? Moi savent. I know. So I said to him, and I say it again, if you can build a house for him, do it. If you have to do it through somebody, do it. The blessings are yours. Period. Calling you on the air, Caribbean American News Media.
Good, Gaffel. How do you do, sir?
Not bad at all, you know.
Yes, sir. I am following your discussion. Very interesting discussion.
Yeah.
Just as I beg to differ with you on one of your points.
Talk to me, brother.
I do not believe politicians should use the influence to use the resources of the state to take care of any of their family.
Okay.
I think they get a salary of how much, each of them? If they really, really want to help their family, let them dig from their pocket.
Okay, good.
The influence they have to use is to use the influence to take care of vulnerable persons in the community.
Yeah.
And find a way to reach out to their own family from their own pocket. Because this is what people like me and you do. From our meager amount, we reach out to our parents. And I think that is the way we should encourage those guys to behave and conduct themselves.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Gabriel.
Thank you so much, and appreciate that. And yeah, that's a good correction. They should do their best to help, and not use the authority. And I appreciate that correction. But let's take a break, and we're coming back, folks. We're here for truth, to empower people. All right? We are here to empower our people. Good. Let's take a commercial break.
As a young person, I have observed what is happening in St. Lucia for the past 2 years. There have been attempts to silence anyone with a contrary opinion. Cabinet members will attack people at will, attempting to force us not to speak out. This nonsense has gone on long enough. I am marching so all St. Lucians can regain their voice and not be bullied. I am marching so the Prime Minister can get a grip on his ministers. I am marching in defense of democracy. On Thursday, November 30th, I am marching from the VG playing field to the boulevard to just say no.
All right. And the truth be told, I've never seen Jeremiah walk around insulting people like the others do. And that's the truth for me. I've never seen him doing that. But here is a concern. And here at the Caribbean American News, we speak about those concerns and we encourage our politicians to do much better than they're doing. So for the person, my friend, who had the concern, I understand that you're concerned, but at the same time, I'm not going to go into his personal life, but I would hope that he does something about that situation, because the truth is there are blessings that are attached to children honoring their parents in the Lord. Amen. Good. So let's go back to business, man. Let's go back to business. So tomorrow, why are you going to march, St. Lucians? Why are you marching? What is your purpose? Why are you going out there? Huh? And we heard a lot. We heard about the idea, the talk of persons who are born outside of St. Lucia to St. Lucian parents, that if they move back to their country with their families, their parents, that the possibility is there that they will not be able to serve in high office of the land, which is the seat of the Prime Minister. And the reason why, for me, I am outraged about it, two reasons why it doesn't make sense to me as an individual. That's my right. One, it is an attempt to get at the Honorable Alan Chasney. That cannot be tolerated in our country. Huh? That we cannot. Hey, Dr. Fletcher, how are you? Yeah, I know you're busy. Yes, man, we there, we outside. But we cannot tolerate our laws being bent because of one man. When there are major issues in the country, the laws that I want to see change, laws that will protect our women from men who have children with them and refuse to take care of those children. And by the way, these children come adult and the fathers get away with murder. But I want the government to pass laws where no matter how old that man is, that child is, you will pay and compensate the mother for all the times that she had to go out there and fend for herself to take care of your child, and you drinking rum you all over the place. I make no excuse. This is personal for me. So I hope you appreciate that. Caller, you on there, Caribbean American News Media.
Hello, Brother Garfield. Good evening. How are you?
Good. We have 25 minutes, but you have time. Good.
Oh, great stuff. Well,
yep.
On the Jeremiah building for his father, or taking care of his father, Brother Garfield, in my opinion, it doesn't matter what a parent has done. And if the parent cannot afford, and you have found yourself in a place or in a profession where you can afford to build a 10 by 12, 6 by 12, whatever size wooden house or whatever it is for your parents, you go ahead and you do it, and you should not hold on to a grudge because this is your parent. Sometimes it happens when you're a baby between mother and father, and you do not know why your father kept away. So though he shouldn't, I am not justifying it. I am just saying that we all grow up and we all have to come to terms with things that have happened in our lives. We have to learn to forgive, especially when it comes to family or your mom or dad. And you do what is right by your parents. On that note, Jeremiah should assist his dad. He's in a place where he can do it. And if a certain minister was given $10 million to build houses, then here we go. He could put in for a house for he can ask for a house for his dad.
Yep.
Can't he?
Yep.
Now, anyway, enough of that. Let's move on. So tomorrow, I am ready to march. I am ready to march against the incompetence, the bullying, the victimization, the failure to take care of St. Lucians. I am marching against a government that should not be sitting in our parliament right now. I am marching against the bad roads because we pay $1.50 plus an excess $4 or $5 on every gallon of fuel we purchase for our vehicles. Because of the road, I say my car is broken. Okay? And I'm paying $1.50 towards road tax plus in excess $4 or $5. Brother Garfield, that is unfair on any person, anybody. No government should take advantage of people like that. So I'm marching against that. I am marching against the sales of Port Castries and Soufre. And I know people don't want to use the word sales, but 40 years is a sale. 30 years, I'll probably be dead by then. Okay? The child being born today would be 30 years old when we possibly get those ports back, and in what state do we get it back? I'm marching against this because a government cannot sell two income-generating ports, the largest income-generating department of any of this government, for $47 million. This is garbage for 30 years. Not one port, not piece of the port, not a fraction of it. Two whole ports. I am marching against this. This should not happen here in St. Lucia. Barbados didn't do it. St. Vincent didn't do it. Two islands in the Caribbean so far, and they did not give Global Port Holdings their entire port. They give it a fraction, a piece of their port for much more money than what we got paid. The chicken feed or the peanuts or the jumbie money that Pierre accepted from Global Port Holdings for two of our major entry ports, income generating ports. So I'm marching against this. I am marching against the Speaker of the House of Assembly in St. Lucia. I am ashamed of the Speaker of the House of Assembly in St. Lucia. We know that the party appoints the Speaker of the House. So we know that there'll be a little bit of bias. However, in your position, Claudius Francis, you should be unbiased. You have a show where you were using bazookas. You've stated so many things in that show. As a Speaker of the House, Claudius Francis, you need to do better than that. The leader of the opposition that you have been targeting, that you have been trying to silence, that you've been trying to get out of the House, that is not your business to do, Claudius Francis. So as a matter of fact, I would like for you to resign, or we St. Lucians are going to fire you. You need to get out of our house if you can't behave like a speaker should. So I'm marching against this. I am marching against St. Jude's Hospital. 201, don't forget the one, $201 million. Philip J. Pierre has been given, and I say given, it is a loan, but he didn't have to work hard for it because the Saudis gave everybody money in the Caribbean. You're going to take that money, you are going to use this money on your 25 or 23 or 26 foul coups that do not meet the standards for a hospital when we have a brand new state-of-the-art purpose-built building sitting in VA4, and all we need to do is finish the ground floor to move the people out of St. Jude's at the stadium and put them in a much better place to work in much better conditions where they can give much better care to individuals. I am marching against that decision that Philip J. Pierre, that stupid decision that Philip J. Pierre has made. After this is complete, do you know we would have spent over $400 million in a hospital?
400 million.
Brother Garfield, do you know how many hospitals we could build with that?
That would have provided the best healthcare in the world to St. Lucians.
Thank you very much. We could have done roads, we could have done pots, we could have done a lot of things with that money.
Yeah.
So I'm marching against that. I am marching against the highest cost of living I have ever experienced in Sweet Helen. Now she has become Sour Helen. The highest cost of living ever. And we only experienced this under an SLP government. Last time Kenny was there, we went through the same thing. This time Pierre is there, he's made it worse. So he puts a 2.5. I'm marching against the 2.5 levy, which ends up being to consumers a 7.5 or 10% extra on the goods that you're paying for, not a 2.5. It does not stop at 2.5 because every stop it makes, it collects 2.5 tax. So sorry, Philip J. Pierre, but you must remove the 2.5% tax. I am marching against Brother Garfield, You know, there's so many things. The stopping of the Uranora International Airport project, the stopping of the road rehabilitation project, all the projects that were going on in the housing projects that were going on in St. Lucia. Yes, houses for people, not the poorest of the poor, like he said, but it would have met the needs of the poorest of the poor too. Houses for people, real people, because the poorest of the poor in Philip J. Pierre's eyes are not people. I'm marching against that. I'm marching against his disdain, this government's disdain and disrespect for we St. Lucian people, that they think they can go and just join the CCJ without hearing one word from a St. Lucian person. I'm marching against the sale of the lands, the banana lands, for under half the price to a young lady who was the only one who was offered this lot of land. Nobody else, none of us knew. What if I wanted to buy it, Brother Garfield, for the full price? What if you wanted to buy it for the full price? Was it ever advertised for sale? No, it wasn't. So I'm marching against that. I'm marching against Richard Frederick's disrespect for women and civilians in this society, and using a show to attack and insult people. I am marching against that. I'm literally marching against the government of St. Lucia for their failure to take care of St. Lucia for the time that they're there. I'm marching against the high rate of murders St. Lucia, and Philip J. Pierre will state that in 25 days or 24 days, we haven't had any murders. And as he said it, 2 murders, bam, bam. And he has done absolutely nothing, Brother Garfield, to take care of this, to ensure that we can curb and bring down the murder rate. Where is the K9 unit? Where is the K9 unit that was on the port? Why hasn't Philip J. Pierre brought it back? Where are the scanners for the port? I am also marching against all the government buildings that they have St. Lucians working in, civil servants working in, that do not meet safety, health and safety. They do not meet health and safety, full of mold. They are doing absolutely nothing to get these things done. However, Philip J. Pierre has borrowed over $1 billion in 2 years plus, and we do not know where that money is. So I'm marching against his borrowing as well. But Garfield, I know there's a lot more. There is so much more. I'm marching against the hypocrisy of the SLP government. Cabot, one of those projects that were good for St. Lucia, and they made it seem like it was bad. Orange Grove Plaza, DHS in View Fort, that would have opened the gateway for the young people, the young professionals to work, Brother Garfield, to get long-term sustainable jobs. I am marching against the hypocrisy of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And as a matter of fact, I am marching so Philip J. Pierre and his MPs can resign from the Parliament of St. Lucia effective immediately.
All righty. Wow.
I thank you, Brother Garfield, for giving me all of this time.
Thank you so much.
If there is anything I forgot, I'm sure there's somebody else who's marching against it.
And it will show up on the placards of many St. Lucians in the coming, by tomorrow, the next few hours from now. Thank you so much, caller.
Thank you, Brother Garfield.
Let me address, thank you, caller. Let me address, because TP is coming on Sky FM, I believe. I don't think Marvin is on tonight, but I believe TP is coming on at 6:30 St. Lucian time. And I believe that is 5:30 my time. So let me just take this. I saw Sweaty Palm appear on my platform under the chat. I'm not sure if many of you saw her. Sweaty Palm. Now, earlier we have had our encounters with her, and we know who she is. And I'm going to address Sweaty Palm just for a few seconds, and we will go back over to why are you marching St. Lucia? Why are you going to be out there? And I must give some of you some blows, because some of you are spectators while you are suffering, while you are feeling the squeeze, victimization, bad roads, bad health care, wrong decision on the St. Jude's Hospital, our airport, bullying in our society from government supporters and they themselves, racism. You sit there and you say nothing. Nothing at all. And you stand back when the time has come for you to stand out and let your voices be heard. You hide behind other people. I'm saying to you, society needs you at this point. And I'm encouraging you folks to get out there, be peaceful, be respectful, and let the government know, set a signal to them. And I say to you, St. Lucians, I want tomorrow that you act as though you're going to vote. Act as though you are going to vote. Be excited about it. Act as though tomorrow you are going to vote. And get outside. Get out there. Transportation have been arranged. Let's go back to Sweaty Palm. Let me read some of her statement, and first time I'm hearing this, and Sweaty Palm writes, one of her posting, and I wrote it down. The money she wrote, let me just go back. Just bear with me, folks. Let me just go back into the main board so I can not mislead you on. Just bear with me. Let me go back to Sweaty Palm. Her posting, where is it? Am I crazy or something? I just saw it there. I wrote it down. Not there. But I will address Sweaty Palm still because I wrote it down. I don't see this statement anymore. And she says, the money you stole from Brinks. Money that I stole from Brinks. Let me say to you, Miss Sweaty Palm, I know who you are. And let me make this very clear. I ain't no thief. My pièce volée. You understand? And let me just clear the air so that you can understand who you're talking to and who you're talking about. I'm a man of integrity and class and decency. And throughout my life working in St. Lucia, I've been anything but a thief and a crook. So I'm not sure what money you're talking about that was stolen from Brinks. How I got that money. Yeah. And what I did with the money. But for your information, I have been a very clean, hard-working citizen of St. Lucia. And if you have information that I stole money from Brinks, you know what I advise you to do? Take it to the police. But you see, all these accusations are distractions. And because you're digging, you guys have been digging, trying to find something on me. But what are you going to find? Keep digging. Little flaws here and there. What are you going to find? That I stole, what are you going to find? What are you going to look for? Some of us are cut from different cloth, you know. And maybe, Sweaty Palm, you can check your families. Maybe there's some money that they need to pay back too. Maybe they stole something from somebody and you're mistaking that person for me. But I've never stole any money from anybody or any company. I've worked with Brinks for a number of years from a young boy. As a matter of fact, I believe from 18 or 19, I worked with Brinks. I've seen a lot of robberies in St. Lucia back in the days. Huh? And not only I've seen robberies, I remember I was stationed once at the Gablewoods Mall. I believe it was the Royal Bank of Canada or something like that. Somebody came in a Brinks uniform and they robbed that bank. Came pretending that they were collecting monies. Do you know how the person was caught? I aided in the investigations. Me. I did what I had to do as a guard. Observe, document, and report. And I was able to identify the robbers based on identifying marks on their bodies. Yeah? And I was able to put one and one together. Go and check your police history. Go and look in the archives of the Royal Bank of Canada, Gablewoods Mall. And you will discover that somebody took jail. Somebody went to jail. 2 persons went to jail, a matter of fact, for that robbery at the Gablewoods Mall. That money was recovered from those individuals, I believe. So I'm not sure what garbage you're spewing, but I would suspect that you need to get back to the plight of St. Lucians. I'm not the plight of St. Lucians. And if I stole Brinks money, listen to me. You leave me for judgment. That's not your problem. Just dig a little deep in your closet. Maybe you'll realize that you don't have a license to practice being a social worker in New York. Maybe that's what you need to check, Miss Palm. The other one is Garfield is a sellout and a traitor. Well, that's for you to judge. That's your problem. The distress fund was removed by Chasney. Distress fund removed by Chasney. You know how I how I always confirm is you, and I deliberately unblocked you, because the more you write is the more I know who you are. How come you study psychology and still you make those same mistakes? Remember when I did the town hall meeting in Brooklyn for Mr. Pear before he was Prime Minister, when I did the live feed for you guys? Those were your talking points to me. Distress fund, mannequins, and minicans, or whatever you call it. Backing dogs. Those were your accusation against Chasney. And here you are again, distress fund. That has been your theme, Miss Palm, Miss Vanessa. That has been your theme. I know how you speak. I know how you write. I know your thought pattern. You're stuck in gear with the distress fund. So Chasney removed the distress fund, you claim. How many poor families did Chasney help? Well, he saved a lot of them during COVID. How many did the Philip JP administration? No, how many did the opposition leader at the time, Mr. Philip JP and the SLP, how many souls did you protect during COVID-19? To the contrary, many lost their lives because of your recklessness. So we'll come again. So go ask yourself, and maybe you might have a conscience and you might sit back and pray. And if you're a Catholic, you go and light some candles and say the rosary maybe 100 times. You might need it. Because I don't understand your conscience. Over 400 deaths because you guys marched in the street when there was a pandemic. So we'll come again, Palm, with your false accusations. How many poor families did Chasney help? He removed the distress fund and asked citizens to go and get insurance. Of course, I would encourage those who can afford insurance to get insurance. Why would you have a $400,000 home and you have no insurance and you can afford it? Why? And then it get burned and you come to government, help me, help me, help me. When you could have done something. You could have done something. Huh? Yeah? You could have done something to help yourself. Get insurance. Of course, Chasney is right. And the government helped, based on my understanding, a lot of families who were in distress. And what I was told, that the fund was moved to another department. It was still available, and it was helping people, citizens of St. Lucia. So the government didn't, under Chasney, didn't turn his back on the poor family. Huh? Because every day somebody's in need. A house is burned. Somebody is in problems in the country. People need help. So these stupid talking points that have no weight, no value. And you remember Chasney called us back in dogs. But you yourself have said, pas tout chien qui happe au kay dimanche. Bunch of hypocrites, ain't it? Come on. Let's be real and stop playing games. Support your party, but be real. Stop hiding behind that fake name, Sweaty Palm. You Sweaty Palm. Stop hiding. Stop hiding. Come and be bold. Be brave. Let's have a discussion on the platform. Call the number. Come on. What are you hiding about? Why are you hiding if you're so patriotic and you love your country? Why are you hiding? Why? What, your palm is too sweaty? Your palm is so sweaty you can't get your own closet door open? What, skeleton's gonna fall on you? You're afraid of the ghost of your past? I had nothing I'm afraid of. A matter of fact, my closet is open, public. Ain't a public storage, but it's public. My closet is like Massey Supermarket. What you see is what you get. I had nothing. I confess my sins quickly. And I ask my church, when I do something wrong, if a police stop me and I tell the police he's ugly, I go in the church and tell him, you know, I told a police officer he's ugly today. My God, what was I thinking? I talk, Reverend, I talk fast, you know. I ain't dying with no sin on my chest or no sins of yesterday that I didn't think. I don't have a child that I don't take care of. I have no woman that I raped, no victims of rape, unmolested. Closet was made clean, compliments of the man Christ Jesus. So maybe you need to get some Jesus and stop projecting your closet on others. Clean it out, because as long as we down here, that closet will have dust. So don't come here about Brinks. If I had stole money from Brinks, my mother would have a new roof right now in Dennery. If I had stole money back in the days, you think I wouldn't have a mansion in St. Lucia right now? Why don't you ask some of your own people where they get the money from? I ain't saying much, but go ask them where they get the money from. Or Sweaty Palm. What's your bread? Anyway, our time is approaching, folks, and Brethren, let me tell you something before we get off the air. You have nothing to fear. You see, past sins and mistakes, I keep telling you, my fellow Flabos and St. Lucians, once you confess your sins to the man Christ Jesus, you have nothing to look back over. The vilest offender, no matter what you have done. But some of these people don't understand that process, and so they walk around with their closet loaded. Some of them have not forsaken. Go and take care. Ask your cousin and your other people to go and take care of the children that they made, and they're rejected. They're not taking care of them, and those children are abandoned by them. Maybe that's a bigger problem in our society. Go ask your family to take care of his child. That's a better option, because these children are suffering in our society. That's where the problem is. The last time I checked, I'm not a problem. I'm the solution. I'm not Jesus. But I try to be kindly affectionate one towards the other. I try to be nice. But no, you guys just personal attacks. You cannot stay on the issues. And how many times Shasney remove the distress fund? That's what you're going to tell the people during elections. Shasney remove the... Guess what? The people will ask you, who put the 2.5%? Who kept our gas prices high? Who gave us an old hospital? Now we got to go and look for more loans. And when they finish with St. Jude is going to cost St. Lucians $1 billion. Mark my words. When this generation and the other generation finish with St. Jude's, it will cost St. Lucian $1 billion. Mark my words. That's your concern, Sweaty Palm, not mine. So, again, I am not the problem. ma'am. I'm the solution. Yeah? So, if your conscience are bothering you, I would suggest that you go to Jesus, who can help you with that process. The last time I checked, I can't help you there. Yeah? He that confesseth his sin shall prosper. Remember that. That's one of the golden rules to a free conscience and a free mind. And maybe you're hiding behind a fake name because somebody might say, hey, it's not she. You know what I'm talking about.
I heard this short fella. The sky is falling. I heard this short fella.
Sweaty Pam, you mean? I know that's what irritates you all. Your prime minister irritates you all, but you try to think that we're the ones irritating you. All we do is play back your prime minister, you know. Yeah? But guess what? You all have short fuse. You all have short memory. Because remember, you guys were the ones who every time Mr. Shastner made a mistake, you said he's an embarrassment on the world stage. Remember that? You remember that? Huh? I remember the golden rules: do unto others as you have them to do unto you. And remember this: what goes around always comes back around. The circle of life will continue to wheel, to turn. And it gets back to that place where you insulted people. You will meet it. Your offsprings will experience exactly. Some of you don't understand life, you know. Whatever you do to others, whatever you dish out to others, that's the seed that you have planted. It will come back to either you or your generation. That's why we speak of generational curse. And your problem is that some of you don't know how to shut your mouth. You don't know how, when you don't know something, to remain calm and shut up. Some of you don't know how not to spread rumors, lies, and gossip. You don't know how not to do it. And then the circle turns on you. And your own children sometimes experience what you have planted. And your children will say, but why is this happening to me all the time, or mommy? And mommy, sometimes she is so spiritually dead that she don't remember that that is exactly what she did to another human being. Again, it is called generational blight. Cursed. And many children got to be delivered. We as leaders in the church have had to deliver many individuals from generational curses. Not of their fault, but because people like you, Sweaty Palm, bring it on onto your children and your children's children. Innocent children get caught up because the parents eat the sour grape and the children's teeth get edged. How is that fair? Why is me? But I'm here to tell you the truth. I hope you can stomach the truth. It will set me free. Hey, Miss Pam, it will set you free too. You understand what I'm saying? Good. And remember to go out, folks, in large number. We keep the signal on, your bell on. We will, those of you who have not subscribed to our network, subscribe to it, because at any moment we will be back on the air. We're monitoring Sky FM. We're monitoring Timothy tonight. If Timothy is not on, we are on. As soon as Timothy is off, if he's on, we're on. But tonight we are going to give you coverage until the match is over. We are going to be on here like a tick. So bring all your insults early so we can get over them. Sweaty Pam brought hers. Whoever else want to bring theirs, bring it on. And let's get it out the way and let's do the people's work. That is the protest march tomorrow. All right? So blessing to you folks. And by the way, yes, Remy, that was my plan. This one is for Sweaty Palm. And for your statement on the Brinks situation that you don't know what you're talking about, that one. Compliments. And for your ignorance, compliments. My water finished, so I run out of water, sweaty. So when I fill back up the tank, when Wasco send the water for me, with the 2.5% VAT on it, tax, I'll come back with the flush again, all right? But folks, TP is going to be on now on Sky FM. We had a beautiful session. I really appreciate all of you. Again, keep that button on. We will be back. We will be back. We will be back on air at any time. So just keep your phone charged. And tomorrow we will be bringing to you live coverage of the protest march. Goodbye, my people.
This is what our roads have become. Tupaisi, Tupala, Getawisa. The lack of productivity and derailing of key infrastructural projects for cheap political gain is crippling my country. I am marching on Thursday, November 30th, because we demand better roads now. Join me in demanding immediate action from the government. Just say no.
As a young person, I have observed what is happening in St. Lucia for the past 2 years. There have been attempts to silence anyone with a contrary opinion. Cabinet members will attack people at will, attempting to force us not to speak out. This nonsense has gone on long enough. I am marching so all St. Lucians can regain their voice and not be bullied. I am marching so the Prime Minister can get a grip on his ministers. I am marching in defense of democracy. On Thursday, November 30th, I am marching from the VG playing field to the boulevard to just say no.
Over the past 5 years, every single decision we have taken has been to fertilize prosperity for today and to sow the seeds of progress for our nation 10 years from now. Every budget we delivered, every investment we attracted, every infrastructural project we approved, and those we re-engineered are meant for our children, our future, our St. Lucia. The United Workers' Party. Let's keep working.
Sailing the Caribbean.
Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people.
Decent Lucia, oh, she was a beauty with features that few surpassed. And in her day, she sailed majestically. There were few in her class. Faithfully, she fulfilled her sailor's needs. But labor was overpowered by greed, and so they pilfered slow, causing scandal and row. Now things look dull. She's at a lull. She could barely sit on a hull. Half we balling. Captain, the ship is sinking. Captain, the seas are rough. We gas tank almost empty, no electricity. We oil pressure reading low. Shall we abandon ship, or shall we sit on it and perish slow? We don't know. Captain, you tell me what to do. I say no. Captain, you tell me what to do. Decent Lucia,
The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big story, a big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story, Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell, a big big story. A big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story. Philip J. Pierre attack.
Big tonight. Public Relations Officer of St. Lucia's Opposition United Workers' Party, Leonard Montoute, has called comments made by the Grenada Prime Minister as on a political platform in St. Lucia unfortunate and shows that what he says is Deacon Mitchell's political inexperience. Mitchell, also into his third year as a political leader and less than a year and a half of being Prime Minister, told a Congress meeting of the ruling St. Lucia Labour Party that they should be careful not to elect anyone that is not born there. It was seen as a direct dig at former Prime Minister Alan Chastanet, who was born in Martinique but is St. Lucian. Mitchell's comment came just as the opposition UWP said the SLP was planning to use its parliamentary majority to ensure only a St. Lucian-born individual could become Prime Minister of this country. Speaking on the narrative Tuesday, Montoute said the Grenada Prime Minister's interjection was interference in St. Lucia's domestic affairs.
I consider, well, he is probably green in the business. I would make the excuse for him and say it's a function of naivety. I mean, he should, as nonetheless, know better than to get involved in St. Lucia's domestic politics to that extent. And as a leader, I think it would be misguided to be making such a pronouncement. Of course, he perhaps was pandering to the St. Lucia Labour Party. We know many that have fallen for their bluff. It was unfortunate that he too was probably misguided by what he had been told by them. But I think as a leader, it is unfortunate to have such a stance because this is not the kind of ideology we wish to push in this region.
A big story. A big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story. Philip J. Pierre attack elderly people and tell a big story. A big story. I must apologize to elderly people. The big story. Philip J. Pierre.
Country road, no stadium. Comrade must be really filled with dumb. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. And stupidness. You know they build of this complex and all we are to catch the folks behind the dry river. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. And wastefulness. You know the airport was to finish years ago. As far as I see, like it's on go slow. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. And pompousness. But let me go and so ring the bell. Comrade, ring the bell. Who ain't going to jail, they're going to hell. Ring the bell, comrade, ring the bell. While we catch the tail, you doing well. Ring the bell, comrade, ring the bell. This time, man, we bound to break that bell. Ring the bell, comrade, ring the bell. We planning to give you a groundswell. I said to ring the thing, just ring the thing, just ring. Margaret Parsons say you feel she bust. Before you blink your eye, case Nally plus. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. And worthlessness. Michelle Andrews didn't tell no lie. You jam the poor girl hard until she cry. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. And nastiness. And you fire Otto Sam. He had no job. Like you want the man to push drugs, thief, or rob. I never see more mess. I never see Well, let me go. I said, so ring the bell, comrade, ring the bell. Who ain't going to prison, going to hell? Ring the bell, comrade, ring the bell. While we catch the tail, you doing well. Ring the bell, comrade, ring the bell. This time, man, we bound to break that spell. Ring the bell, comrade, ring the bell. Vincent Chan go give you a ground swell. I said to ring the thing, just ring the thing, just ring. There we go. You take away poor Marcus' property, and you wouldn't pay the man the damn money. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. I never see more mess. And wickedness. Look at how you're treating Bigger Bit. You're treating Vincent.
And it's a lot of work, folks, but it's not something we can ever. Good evening, Myra Sipol, good evening. Gertrude, good evening. My brother, Jimmy Haynes, good evening, my brother. Hilary Shalman, good evening. And McCarthy, Remy, good evening, my brother. I do appreciate Dorothy. BBDD, good evening to you, folks. What a good thing to be called a flubble. What a good thing it is to be called a flubble. I loved it as a child, and as a man, I love it even more. Shirley Morris, Elizabeth, Fede, good evening, my sister. Martha Joseph, good evening, my sister. Much blessings. You can't afford to miss this evening. You have to be here. We have coaching inside here already. We also have Ring the Bell, and we have champagne is on its way, and it's going to be a blast here this evening. Marie Fevrier, good evening to you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Folks, it's the time to be serious. It's the time to know exactly what we're doing, and I think right now the United Workers' Party has its strides. United Workers' Party is moving. United Workers' Party is doing exactly what it needs to do to be ready for the next elections. Elsa, good evening to you. Thank you. Atina Leos, my friend, my colleague, school colleague, good evening to you. I do appreciate that. Thank you. And folks, you know, even if it is not Saturday morning, and Nisa Joseph Silis, good evening to you. Thank you. Teresa Harrison, I'm happy that you're up all the way in London. Folks, it wouldn't be like a point blank if we don't start with a devotional, evening devotional and worship segment, because that is what point blank does in the morning, but we do the reverse. As Flabos, we must, and citizens of St. Lucia, we must never forget our prayers. We must never forget to give thanks to God, because it is because of Him we are that far in this battle to unseat this government. And to Cynthia Donovan, my friend, good evening. Ralphie Jamari, good evening. Maria Gideon, good evening. And folks, thank you so much. Lucia Black, good evening. Whole bunch of good people online right now, and I couldn't ask for more. So let's just switch our focus to our devotional, evening devotional and worship segment, and we'll start right now, and let's go for it. Yes. Gabriella, good evening, my friend. Craig Charles, good evening. Thank you. Woo. You couldn't fill me. Meant empty praise. Yes. To Barbara, good evening. Thank you. Priska Charles, good evening. Karen Francis, good evening. Very young Maxime, good evening. Thank you, folks. What a lovely evening it is. I'm proud. I'm proud. I'm very proud. I'm proud of all of you who've been patient enough for this moment. Yes. And if the music is to your favor, just give me a thumbs up. Give me a yellow thumbs up. I want to see that. Or give me a fire. Give me a flubble. If the music is that good, then you give me a thumbs up or give me a flubble. Yes. Gilbert, very good. Irina. Alicia Monrose, good evening to you. Woo! Yes. And there's no one better than Jesus. There's no one better than God. Okay, I'm told the music. Is very low, so we need to bring it up a little. Yeah. No, we need to. Very good. I think we're back and forth. Yes. Sweden Charles, my friend Louisa Mona, Ambrose Montoot, Rose Williams. You see the back? Yes, we're good. Beautiful in here. To Glenn, good evening, and Heather Alfred, good evening. Philip Jane, good evening. Share the live, folks. Share the live. Tonight is the final night before D-Day. D-Day is tomorrow. The might of the people of St. Lucia is tomorrow. So share the live. Let's have this night to be ready. It's like an army getting ready to go out to battle. And this is our evening. Catherine, good evening. Good evening. Wonderful, wonderful. Share that live. Share that live, because tonight is it. Tomorrow is battle day. Tomorrow, no doubt about it. Rebecca, good evening. Belinda, good evening. Share the live, folks. Share the live. Peace, unity of purpose. That's how we're moving forward. Sabina Lancico, good evening, cuz. Yes. Woo. Concelia Bernard, good evening. Lydia Macho, good evening. Susan Pacific, good evening. Thank you, folks. I love you guys. I love you guys. Love you guys a lot. We have to work together. We have to do things together, because there is one purpose, and this is a change in this country. So Joan Shallery, good evening. Good evening to you, Ken Edwin, good evening. Rose Joseph, good evening. Woo! Yes. Willix Clifford, good evening. Thank you. Justin Henry, good evening. Good evening, folks. This is TP. Yes. That's it. We're going to go into another song here for our evening worship segment. And I hope you like this one. It's from Africa. As a matter of fact, it's only about a week and a half since I'm coming back from West Africa, where Sharon and I visited. We stayed about 11, 12 days. It was a good visit. Did a lot of things there, and then we went to North Carolina, and I'm back home and to do the work that I have to do. Welcome back. Thank you, Coach. Thank you. Thank you very much. And folks, let's have another beautiful song here, which I believe that you will love. Let's go for it. Cheryl Ernest, good evening. Thank you, my friend. Nice seeing you. Thank you, Willix. Lucy, good evening. Lucy Tisson, good evening. Shirley Alfred. Share the live. Share the live, folks. To Marlon Gill, good evening. Timothy, good evening. Yes, folks. Yes. Carla, good evening. Thank you.
Just like you walk the streets of Galilee, and like you heal the
Same God today, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Yes. Christine, good evening. Christine Bernard, good evening. Thank you. Cecil Herman. Yes.
You are doing the same today. Oh God, my promoter. Jesus, my promoter.
Yes.
Opening every door.
That's right.
Fighting all my battles, healing the broken-hearted. You are doing the same again. Only you can do what no man can do. Only you can do what no man can do. Only you are able.
Thank you, brothers.
Only you are capable.
Giselle, good evening. Priska, good evening.
Only you can change any situation at all. Only you can do. Only you. Unfailing, unchanging, unfailing, resurrected Jesus. Only you, only you, only you, Jesus, Jesus.
Elmona, good evening. Thank you. Shed alive, folks. Shed alive. Tonight we leave no stones unturned here this evening. No stones unturned. Ever. So my friend Efre Flood Kadas, good evening. That's right. Good advice, Efre. Thank you. It's been a long day, folks. From press conference to walking the market on the streets with our political leader. And to be back here on Point Blank with my brothers. Shane, ring the bell. Coach, the man himself. And we're waiting for Champagne to make his grand entrance. Inette Charles, good evening. Thank you. Christiana August, good evening. Yes, Jimmy. That's right. That's right, Jim. Jimmy is very good. Well said. John Leone, good evening, my brother. Good evening. We're going to play the final song in our evening and devotional segment. And I hope you love this one because we are not going to be a slave to anything. Not to fear, not to nothing at all. Because we have a message to move forward to. We have an agenda and a mission to save our country. And we cannot afford to not seize this moment. Let's go for it. Zafrin, good evening. Edna Peters, good evening.
I'm no longer a slave to fear. Oh, I am a child.
So that's our final song in our evening devotional segment.
Oh, I'm no longer a slave to fear. Oh, I am a child of God. You unravel me.
Yes? Oh, it's okay. I pressed something here, so just forgive me whilst we take care of that. One moment. We'll be okay. Let's just take care of that very quickly. It's me, I'm typing ahead of my time. Okay, we're back. Yes. Okay. Very good. So we're back to the real song. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, I am a child of God. Oh, I'm no longer a slave to fear. Oh, I am a child God, you unravel me with a melody.
Yes.
And you surround me with a song.
To my sister Jocelyn Fletcher, I hope you have your boots on the ground even as we speak. Lucas Samuel, good evening. Felicia Monrose, good evening. Loveless Allison, good evening to you and to your husband Prudence. I know it's cold up there, but we are enjoying the warmth here. Martin Francis, good evening. Barbara Matthews, good evening. Thank you. To Valerie Lubin, good evening. My sister, good evening to your husband Tim. Thank you. Beverly Evelyn, good evening.
From my mother's womb, you've chosen me.
To Mervyn Vatilion, good evening to you. Francis Dixon. Zephyrin Michelle, good evening. To my brother Lloyd, a good evening, my bro. Viviana Bennett, good evening to you. Lucy Tisson and Sylvie Raymond, good evening. That's right, Dr. Fletcher. Good evening again. Let's go for it. We don't have time to waste. We have a country to save, and we have a country to run. Yes. To Jocelyn Vanis, good evening to you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Diane Diva, good evening neighbor, good evening. To Clouds Gilbert, good evening. Miranda Vidal, good evening to you. Selena Pelagence, good evening. Thank you. To Giselle, good evening to you. When insulted by injustice, face it, stand up against it, and demand your right and justice. Jimmy, my friend, Jimmy Haynes just wrote that. John Leone, good evening, my brother. And I know lots of you have been calling, but today was just a busy day. Lots of work. Alan Bell, good evening. Thank you. We have work to do, and when we have work to do, sometimes you cannot take those calls. Yes. And like I said, we have the man himself ring the bell in here, and we also have the man himself, Coach. Champagne is the only one that's missing, but tonight is going to be hot. I guarantee you that. But we just have to always give praise to our God before we do anything at all. Because without Him, what is our fight about? It's nothing. Yes. Chris Charles, good evening. Love you. Thank you. Lady Marshall, good evening. Tomorrow, John Michel, good evening, Moro. Good evening, my brother. How are you? Thank you. Valerie Babal, good evening. Zephyrin Michelle, good evening again. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Fletcher, you are right. I'm moved this evening. So if you think and see my voice breaking a little bit, it's because I'm very moved. Yes. You feel that moment, and I'm feeling it tonight. Because I know tomorrow is D-Day. Yes.
Oh, I'm no longer a slave.
Yes, folks. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You know, we've come a long way.
That was amazing, guys.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. We've come a long way since April. And we went through so much after these elections. And from April, we started to turn this ship around to where it's supposed to go, which is to fight the St. Lucia Labour Party, to fight this government, not fighting them just because we want to come to power, because we're not Chagwe pouvoir. We're not that. It's where we see our countries headed, and we believe that it is wrong. And because it's wrong, we cannot morally stay there and do nothing about it. Because it's wrong, we cannot pretend that we don't see. Because it's wrong, we cannot sit on the fence. And because it's right, tomorrow we are going to come out there in the force that is needed and in the voices that is needed to be able to make this change that we want. Angelina, good evening to you. Yes, folks. You know, and typically on a point-blank morning, after we finish the morning and devotional, in this instance we had the evening devotional, we go into love song. But tonight we don't have time for love song. So tonight we are going to go into songs of change, songs of readiness for battle, songs that will get us engaged and ready, because we are ready. And so I want to start off with what you call our Deba song. Not labor, Deba. You understand? Getting ready for battle. Not anything violent, but the moral soul, the moral principles, the principles to stand for something. And if you can't stand for something, what do you stand for? Nothing. And this is what will never happen to us here. Linda, good evening to you. And so let's start with a song. I think you will like that one. Let's go. I see Coach already looking at me, and but Coach, I have a surprise for you. Take this one and deal with it. All right, folks. That's right.
This is an
SOS.
Lucia.
Yes. Our country is in peril. Yes. Mayday, Mayday. So after these songs, which is our Deba moment, preparation moment, discussion will begin. So 2 additional songs and we're into discussion mode.
With a good old captain named Sir John Compton. For years, sailed smooth and free. But sadly, Sir John
That's right, Jamie. Regardless of who is committing the wrong, we must stand.
Me blood crawl, things start to fall. Hold me head when I say that ball. If you hear him,
Captain, the ship is sinking. Captain,
seas are rough. We gas tank almost empty, no electricity. We oil pressure reading low.
Shall we abandon ship?
Or shall we stay on?
That's right.
And perish slow. We don't know. We don't know. Captain, you tell me what to do. We don't know. We don't know.
Smith Maria, good evening, my friends. Thank you. Bethelina, good evening to you. Oh, Efre, don't break a leg now. I know you're dancing. Good. Yes. Are we ready? And if we're ready, give me a flambeau on this live tonight. Are you ready? Give me a flambeau. Give me a flame.
And in her day, she sailed majestically. There were few in her class.
Oh, I'm told it's too low, so we're going to raise it a bit. Okay.
But labor was overpowered by greed, and so the pilfered slow.
That's right. Good. Thank you, Valerie. Simply thank you, Diane. Dr. Justin Fletcher. BBDD. Give me flambeau. Yes. Alison Judges. Thank you, Efre. Teresa Herman. Good evening again.
Shall we abandon ship, or shall we sit on it?
Donna B. Good evening. Thank you. That's your practice, you know, for tomorrow. Your practice. Tonight is practice. Rehearsal. Miranda, good evening to you. Thank you. Venus Daniel, good evening. Margaret Phillips, good evening. Daphne Joseph, good evening.
The St. Lucia, in her day of sailing, she was a friend, a true friend to one and all. And in her day, she sailed majestically. No government doing bubble.
No government doing bubble. I was on the flambeau, you know. That never happened. No, we didn't have time for that.
We have to beg Joffrey. Labor boys don't share. None of them care. We must vote them out, I declare. Captain, the ship is sinking. Captain, the seas are rough. We gas tank almost empty, no electricity. We oil pressure reading low. Shall we abandon ship, or shall we sit on it and perish slow? We don't know. Captain, you tell me what to do. We don't know. You tell me what to do.
You, but August, good evening to you. Thank you. Tonight is rehearsal, and welcome to the University of Point Blank. Everybody getting their degree tonight. Tutmunka graduate. Tutmunka graduate, I swear. John Leone, my buddy.
A lot of fingers pointing. Suffering going on too long. Kenny must be blamed.
Philip Pierre must be blamed, yes, for all the failures.
Blamed for doing us wrong. Now please remember, I'm warning you. We can't take 5 more years with this crew to hold the keys to her voice.
Patrice, good evening to you.
Know who's at fault, so it's up to you.
Danny Honorary, good evening to
To
you.
give the ship to UWP. Captain, the ship is sinking.
It's going down.
Captain, seas are rough.
Sylvia, good evening.
We got tank almost empty, no electricity.
Mary Sid one, good evening to you. Thank you.
Abandon ship, or shall we sit
Angela,
on it
good evening.
and perish slow? I say no. Team Labor will have to go. I say no.
Alright, I'm told Pastor Gaffel is bringing this live, so you guys can catch on to it too.
Get out the door. I say no. Mama, we don't want them no more. I say no. We don't want them no more. I say no. And we don't want labor no more.
We don't want labor no more. Done. Finish. Enough. Rubbish. Elsa, good evening to you. G. Joy, good evening. Ian Caldron again, good evening. Folks, shed a lie because tonight is going to be it. And I want to play songs that are reflecting the reality of what's happening in this country. And we have 2 more songs to do before we start our discussion. So here's the one before the last song. And tell me if it doesn't feel exactly like that. Let's go for it. Yes.
Got to find a solution to this.
Yeah. Oh yes, it's a pollution. It's a red pollution, labor pollution. We're gonna find a solution to that.
Got to find a solution to this pollution. Oh, gotta find a solution to this pollution. The poor man I feel let go out. The poor man I feel.
Shed a lie, folks. Don't stop. And folks, we have a bunch of Flabo women downstairs doing all of the placards this evening. And we have Alison, we have Jeanette, we have Candia, Oli, Goldie, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, Claudia, Chicha Claudia, and Shay. Shirley, yes. Okay. Alison, yes, I called, yes. They're downstairs. So even as this is going, our women are downstairs preparing the placards. So Sky FM is on fire tonight. Upstairs, downstairs, shy bagay kafet. You know, no piaspoun bagay. Mande oswa nou ka dormi, because mavle pa dormi trop pou le mwen leve. Ou kompon non? Non, ou pa wè jounen mwen vle, demain mwen vle soleil leve sou pou de mwen, et pou zye mwen wè ilè ka leve. Because that's a new day in this country. Yes. Yes, folks. Only the poor man feels these things, you know. Yes. On the Labour Party, it's been 2.5 years of hard labor. Everything going up. Tout bagay ka moute. Fromage, lait, beurre, zé, chicken back. Tout bagay ka moute. An ba le ba, Emma ka di nou, ki se ka di nou, kill it. Oh my God.
Right now, got to find a solution to this pollution. Promises won't help. You got to find a solution to this pollution. We've been waiting for a solution to this pollution. Only the poor man I feel.
Yes, folks. Only the poor. Bad policies by this government, and it's only the poor that feels it. Nobody else feels it like that. And folks, just remember, we won't be taking calls tonight. We will be discussing. So if we have time, we may take calls, but tonight is not really a call night, so I hope you understand. And if we see a need for it, then we will come in with it. Yes. 2.5 years of hard labor. We need to get rid of that. We need to jump ship on these people because they're not good. Okay, folks. So we have the final song before our discussion. Champagne is not here as yet. So, but we will go for the final song. And I hope you love this one. And I'm warning you guys. Grab your little longette, if that's what you're taking in the nighttime. Grab your little beer. Don't drink too much, you know. Just a sip. Because we want you to be alert for tomorrow. So if you want to drink coffee instead. But I want you to start dancing because this is a good one, and the final song in this day bar segment for this evening, and enjoy this one. Toot 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 toot! What's happening here? Let's go! All on board, Flabo! Yes, that's right. That's our final song before we go into discussion. And I will put the mic on so my brothers can weigh in soon. How we doing, folks? Give me a Flabo, give me a thumbs up. Yes!
And I say, Lord, Lucia developing. But from destruction, from the opposition, and they don't want Lucia to go home. What more can I say? We fall and shastly. Lucia rising again.
Yes! Let's go! Center, thank you! Flabo train! Oh yes! I ain't ring the bell here singing yet. Okay. Flabo train.
I think the ladies are saying they want to come out and dance.
Come in, come in. It's your evening. Come in. That's right. That's right. We have Candia. That's right. Come on, ladies. That's right. Join this way. Yes.
Twisted from Godzilla, going on to one story. I see jobs created, the Flabo trend they're hopping, the red bus in disarray. Yeah, I feel the passage, Lord. Everybody hopping up on the Flabo train. 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 That's in full swing. That's what we are there for. Got this and big cool. Then we get Parliamentary. Everybody hopping up on the Flabo train. Everybody hopping up on the Flabo train. And from back highway, somebody feeling champion. Say Alan Chasney. Move to the west. Everybody hopping up on the Flabo train. Everybody hopping up on the Flabo train. Everywhere I pass in, I see things happening, and I say, Lord, St. Lucia developing. But come destruction from the opposition, and they don't want Lucia to go home. What more can I say?
So you see what unity is all about? That's right. We're on fire here tonight.
We staying on the Flabo train, Lord.
I think Dr. Justin Fletcher said we're trying to make people jealous. It's okay. That's right.
Everybody hopping up on the Flabo train. Everybody hopping up on the Flabo train. And from back highway, somebody feeling champion.
Yes, the train is coming to a stop, a gradual stop. Yes, and we're going to let it. Beautiful. That's it. Okay, folks. What an evening it has been. And if it's been a good evening so far, give us a thumbs up again. A thumbs up from every single person here this evening. Give us a thumbs up. The only person who didn't come is Alison and Jeanette because they're downstairs. And who is missing again? Alison didn't come in. Jeanette couldn't come in because they're downstairs. Yes, but all of the ladies are out there working very hard and getting ready for tomorrow. Folks, I'll turn on the mic so that my colleagues can speak on about a number of issues that we wanted tonight. But I want to say, tonight I want you to focus on what's happening here in St. Lucia. And when you're done, I want you to ask yourself tonight, is this the country, the way it is right now, that you want to live for your children? I répète, moi v'lo réfléchir à ce tout ça moi dit au soir. Et après ou ha réfléchir, moi v'lo madeko. Réfléchir, yes, that's right. Réfléchir, yes. Et là fini, moi v'lo madeko. Est-ce ça c'est pays ou v'le quitter by issue? I will start with ring the bell.
Eh bien, bien bonsoir. Eh bien, monsieur Tipi, moi, je point en créole, mais comme
Yes.
vous parlez anglais,
Oui.
c'est mon nom de là.
Yes.
Alors, moi, comme l'habitude, moi, je expliquer comment
Very
en
good.
créole.
Yes.
Alors, moi, je dis bien bonsoir pour tout le monde qui a écouté, et puis moi, je dis merci pour monsieur Tipi, moi, à accompagner hier soir, et puis frère coach là aussi, et puis monsieur Champagne qui vient accompagner nous à plus tard.
Yes.
Alors, moi, je dis, maman, c'est ici. Programme ça là qui ni au soir, ça c'est un programme qui est très sérieux. Nous pas pour prendre programme ça là comme si c'est un bagay blague et bien un bagay papichot.
Mais oui.
Nous pas qu'à venir ici là pour faire pièce qualité visible parce
Yes.
que pays ça là nous on dit dans pays ça là on dit dans gros 3K.
3K.
Et puis là ni monde qui ka comprendre ces bagay blague, raison pour chi yo ka prendre comme blague monsieur Tipi et puis monsieur coach et puis moun
Yeah.
la terre
Yeah.
parce que yo pas qu'à faire research.
Yes.
Et puis yo pas qu'à comprendre.
Mais oui.
Si yo te ka faire research et d'où bout de côté ça moun ka dit, yo ka wè cette liste problème.
Yes.
Alors encouragement moi pour tout monde qui ou c'est les bas,
Oui.
qui ou c'est flambeau ou ça mette n'importe qui leur couleur ou vle, mais demain nous voulons un bon match là pour venir du bout de bay pays.
Mais oui.
Alors moi ka passer micro à bay monsieur coach pour
Yes.
moment et nous ka discuter plus tard.
Oui, nous avons demandé même question encore, coach. Is this the country, upon reflection, the state that it is right now, that you wish to live for your children? Is this the kind of country you want to live for your children?
Brother, I want to say special good night to you and to our listeners both here and abroad.
Thank you.
I want to say the Labour Party won the election 15-2.
Yes.
And I can assure you that in 2.5 years, these fellows, they just, they destroyed the country completely.
Completely, yes.
Now, I was born and raised in the constituency of Grosile.
Yes.
Hence, when I keep hearing people, especially from Grosile,
Yeah.
talking about Sir John did nothing,
Yeah.
I say it's a shame.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
Because reason for saying it's a shame,
Yes.
when you look at the development of this country, I can say to you, Brother Tibik, I never thought I would have lived to see this country develop in the manner which is developed today.
This is correct. Yes.
And every single piece of development has been formed by the United Workers' Party.
Exactly.
You see? Now, hence the reason I ask people the question. With all those, all the development when it comes to this country, I want to say to people, name me one that has been formed by the Labour Party and has about 20 people working.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
You see? Because this man was such a genius.
Yes.
And I said to people,
Yeah.
we have to praise the Lord for bringing to us a man to continue the good works of Sir John Melvin Compton.
And
This man is the genius,
Yes.
the visionary leader, Sir Alan Michael
This
Shaftesbury.
is correct. Where's my bell?
Yes,
Where's
it-
my bell? Get me my bell. I need that bell. Give me that bell. That's right.
You see,
Alan Shaftesbury.
Alan Shaftesbury.
Yes.
Now, Labour Party and supporters to this party, I want to say to all of you tonight, I have a strong message to everyone. You see, if you love this country, I want to say to you, without development, this country cannot go nowhere. Because every year we have at least 4,000 plus children left in school. And if you don't develop, what are you going to give to them? What are you going to prepare for them? Now, this administration, I want to say to people listening to this program tonight, that is not a show. When you want to listen to show, you have to listen to Jaime and Yadi and those guys.
yes,
You know, and that one with the big glasses,
Yeah.
how they call him, whenever they lose, he running away.
Yes, Daniel. His last name is Daniel. I know.
Daniel, yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're
I
talking
consider
about,
this
yes.
man to be a Johnny. You know why?
Yeah.
Because we have to call a spade a spade.
Yes.
Right? Because Sir John did so much. When I go to the Rodney Bay Marina and I come across men who makes a deliberate there
Yes.
and refuse to say that UWP is a master blaster.
Yes.
UWP is concerned about putting people first. You know, UWP is about development. Hence the reason why I support UWP.
Yes.
And I will keep supporting UWP because even if I'm not at work, I have thousands of friends and families who the United Workers' Party organized so that they could do a deliberate. Like, for example, Pigeon Point.
Yes.
I had to be swimming from Grosvenor to go to Pigeon Point.
This
you know.
is correct.
But today, this man transformed Pigeon Point,
Yes.
whereas you have sandals and you have,
And you have landings.
landings.
Yes.
There are more than 4,000 young people working.
Employed.
The
Yes.
Rodney Bay Marina.
Yes.
Kote kita ni may gwen kita gosse en pool.
This is right. And don't forget the entire Rodney Bay area, which were all swampy areas.
Swampy area.
And you had mosquitoes and flies like crazy because Nutekala points Siwik, Abab.
Amangna.
That's right. And today, look at Rodney Bay. United Workers' Party is the champion of St. Lucia's development. And I'll give myself
a bell for that.
I have to give. United Workers' Party is the champion of St. Lucia's development.
St. Lucia's, yes.
And that is a fact. You
Oh, yes.
understand?
Oh, yes.
And you know, and we talk about roads. Who took us away from these small dirt roads into a modern day highway? John Compton.
Sir John Compton.
Sir John Compton. And then came Alan Shaftesbury, who wanted to build a four-lane highway to enable, for us to not have all this congestion in the morning and in the evening, going to Castries and coming back, or going after work, going back to your home. What did Labour do? What did Labour do?
They stopped it.
They stopped it. They stopped it.
Now, it is not, without causing short relativity,
Yes.
it's not a matter of just stopping it, you know.
Yes.
When this administration get into power, they found it that they had thousands of people working in this country.
Yes.
Now, they use the word putting the people first. If you put into mind putting people first, why take out the bread that you found, which was going on underneath the leadership of Alan Michael Shaftesbury, and up to what they like today, you all can't replace them for nothing.
Just continue it because
Just continue. Oh, yes.
Si vous te continuez sans Shaftesbury te quitter.
Ah oui.
Yes, and what do you say about that? Ring the bell.
Eh ben, Labour Party, toujours c'est un parti. Les yo opposition,
Yeah.
yo kwe, yo ni bon parole.
Oui.
Et puis quand Philippe J.P. a dit, il connaît jouer politique. Et qui a joué politique, et qui a dans Sevel, maman cette ici.
Yeah.
A dans Dio.
Mais oui.
Et qui j'allais pour maman cette ici, du bout, et dit Labour Party assez.
Yes.
Monsieur Tipi et puis monsieur Kochek moun la terre.
Yeah.
Si maman cette ici, te ka comprendre politique là. Yo pas te ka quitter Philippe J.P. Kene yo comme ça.
Oui.
Parce que yon homme qui dit son leader parti et qui monte à son podium, ka campagne et qui do $5 ka bouche en tout.
Yeah.
Depuis laisse ça je sais ici.
Ou te
C'est pour
suppose
un homme ça pas boss là. Un homme pas pichot
Un
là.
homme pas pichot.
Oui.
Un homme gwen.
Oui.
Patois, ouais, d'où ça, mais
Vous
c'est ça.
comprenez? Oui, c'est ça, pas toi qui mauvais, mais c'est ça qui
mais c'est ça y est.
Vous comprenez?
Yes.
Et puis, nom là, je sais que ici électé, crime qu'a fait un pays a. Yo journaliste qu'a demandé nom la question. Nom là qu'a dit yon l'année ini, qui ça yo vle faire pour crime?
Mais pas on y ou pas ni en l'année. Oula pour 30 years.
Belle parole.
Out of 30 years, Allah has spent 20 years
Belle
en
parole.
gouvernement.
Belle parole.
Qui y a un homme qui a spent 20 years en gouvernement cette liste, qu'a dit il besoin plus de temps.
Belle parole.
So, Kedi, ou gaspiller temps,
Ah oui.
ou gaspiller temps dans cette liste.
Un shaitan, un
Et c'est pour
shaitan.
ça on y pour aller.
Oui.
Eh bien, moi, les adaticho en
Yeah, allez.
Et moi, les dit, qui m'a
Yes.
mon respecté, on ses collègues.
Yeah.
Et que ça, c'est Thibaut Chimil Seouya qui
Qui
gozile.
a représenté Godzilla, oui.
Monsieur, vous savez, il a mon contrat.
Yes.
Et puis, c'est mon an, même mon an, il a un contrat, si même ça, quand il finit, si même prochain, il a vie.
Oui.
Donc, monsieur considère que Jean Gozile constituency Voas.
Voas.
Oui. Et que monsieur,
Oui.
vient répéter, pour là qui est important, c'est
Oui,
que,
oui.
là, il dit que,
Oui.
ça JP, parce que ça fait en 35 years,
Yes.
you lay fait at the cement.
Oui.
What that meant, JP has done nothing, for his entire.
This is correct. Because changer.
Yeah.
And remember, he was an understudy under Kenny Anthony.
Yeah.
So même quand Kenny Anthony pas fait rien, il même pas apprendre rien non plus.
Rien non plus.
So c'est pour ça qu'il peut aller.
Oh yeah.
Bon pour Kenny Cassis là, c'est là. Mandez-moi ça. Ou avec Kenny, où est l'état Kenny? Pas Kenny supposé resign. Pas un joueur toujours derrière Alan Chasney. Tout ça qui fait en Kaila, c'est Alan Chasney.
Chasney.
Alan Chasney pas en pouvoir, Alan Chasney pas premier ministre. So why do you keep focusing on Alan Chasney? And friends, we have just had a powerhouse joining us here, Champagne, and my friend, good evening to you. That's right. And I was the mic must have been shown. Yeah, his mic is on, I think. He'll let us know.
Qui t'aimerait dire,
Yeah.
ça au fait de là.
Yes.
Les moi tant Kenny ouvert fenêtre là qui en bas là.
Oui.
Et pour il dire comme ça qui JP apprend en bas. Ou pas faire rien.
Ou pas faire rien.
So, là où dit monsieur apprend en bas, ça veut dire sans l'autre moumou mais qui mort qui pas faire.
Il pas jamais faire rien.
So moi peux pas.
So qui ça perdre temps monde, gaspiller temps monde,
oui.
you understand?
Ça
C'est ça
oui.
c'est pour ça la café, you understand? And you cannot tell me after 30 years in politics, 20 years out of 30 years you have served and you still don't know how to govern. So what was the point? What was the point? It's time to turn this country over to the only man at this moment who can govern this country.
Amen.
And this is none other but Alan Michael Shastley.
Give yourself the bell, Tippy.
Thank you, yes, I am. Give the bell over, give this reign of power over to Alan Chasney, because this is the only man at this time who well understand what to do in this country. You know, a bunch of jokers. And the fellas, you have plenty of partisans et puis nom qui ni degree. Et tout degree, you ni degree, you pas une pièce cervelle, you pas une pièce intelligence. Ou savent degree c'est by l'école avec your teacher. Et natural intelligence différent ou savent. Ou fait et puis ça ou ça. Common sense.
C'est pour ça, mon ledo.
Yes.
C'est monsieur ni top degree.
Yes.
C'est pour ça, en bas leadership.
Yes.
Kenny Anthony,
Yeah.
il est venu pour dire nous, c'est mon nom. Something happened that he could not have borrowed.
Yes.
So, si un homme qui a conduit le pays,
Oui.
et qui passe à jeune borrow,
Yes.
ça veut dire personne pas qu'à trust.
Personne ne va pas trust you. Because personne ne va pas le
Personne pas le haut.
Yes.
Bon, Mr. Tipi.
Champagne, I'm coming to you.
No, that's okay.
Nous
That's
avons bien
okay.
fini,
Yes.
Mr.
Oui,
Champagne.
Wait, no one.
Your moment is coming.
No, no, go ahead.
You go.
TP is the one in charge.
Eh bien, moi, je dis, Joseph ici.
Yes.
Depuis que Kenny te dit, il partait ça jouer l'argent prêté, là, c'est un problème.
Oui.
Et puis, Kenny résigne position, il candidat parti étoile là. Janvier faut partir jamais pour vote by Kenny pour
Amen.
représenter vieux fort.
That's right.
Il partait pour jamais. Si les Kenny encore en politique,
This
c'est
is-
ici.
eh ben.
Il te prouvé Kenny à Babas là.
This is right.
Oui.
That's right.
So, moi, quand quitter ma cabane.
Madame, why are you still in politics?
Exactly.
Mr. Kenny dans là où vous voulez toujours.
Yeah, exactly.
One time.
You
Yeah.
know, pour quoi time?
The money.
You understand?
Yeah.
Moi changer les Ogouyen. Yo couillé ce John et tout flambeau relics of the past.
We are.
30 years après ça, Qui moun qui relics of the past là? Yo qui relics of the past?
Ah oui.
Yo pas vle quitter. At least John spent 30 years ici et qui développé pays ça là. Non pas ça ni des noms Philippe Pierre et puis Kenny Anthony spend 30 years en pouvoir et c'est regress nous qu'a regress.
Ah oui.
Vous comprenez? Champagne.
Yes sir, bonsoir. Bonsoir c'est créole.
Non, mélangé.
Tout ça parle espagnol, n'est pas engagé.
Eh bien, maman, il s'est dit, bonsoir là, nous là.
Vous avez juste besoin allemand.
Bonsoir, maman, il s'est dit, bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir là, nous avec d'autres powerhouse là.
Bonsoir, Dieu.
Mon qui là, pas mon cas joué. Mais, brother TP, I believe you have spoken about the match tomorrow.
Yes,
You're probably given guidance on
a
little later. Okay, all right.
Yes.
So, Coach, je vais parler about GPH là, because I say you know say topic là, et ben you know say, man do ka plus placard demain qui ka concerne GPH. GPH là pas bon pour nous pièce coach. Ça c'est un vieux bagage qui arrive ici. Moi a dit combien fois. Moi changé 1983. Regardez l'aéroport VG. Et moi ouais les John comme commencer point surfing. Moi ouais ça. Moi tout développement point surfing. Et puis, les bails ça fini, Sir John, nous portons tous ces cruise ships, mais Sir John a une vision un jour, point surfing, qu'il fait l'argent pour payer ça. Il mettait la main slash pas. Il partait slash pas avant, avant slash pas, il était, c'est Lucia and Support Authority. Un bail con? Oui. Un bail con était, c'est Lucia and Support Authority. Il partait slash pas. Non, c'est pas ça, pas ça, il était civil aviation. Avant pour importe là. Mais c'est pas ça été. So, c'est un homme qui là, pas rien pour faire point surfing. Yo pas connaître qui manière commencer, yo pas mettre l'argent. Ou ka di mon ka venir vendre bail en premier ministre qui te bail Jean Pays, ka vendre pour quoi? Ça pas ni rien pour faire GPH coach. Moi gadou qui ça y est. L'année 1 2 3 4 6 7 peut-être 10 25 noms Saint-Lucie. Qui involvé en bas GPH ça. Pourquoi yo? Bon, GPH c'est une compagnie investment. Yo ka invest et puis c'est nom ça. Moi believe, personne va dire moi ça. Mais moi believe coach, ça c'est yon de 25 moun ici qui involvé en GPH ça, qui a point porte nous et qui a vendre les yo ka vini gouanom qui était politique. Toutes les ça, you can continue jouer l'argent.
Mais I'm dans question,
Because Mark was on here pour faire GPH tout ça.
No. I'm dans question, and I'll ask it. So, and I'll revert to the English. We can speak any language we want because we're bilingual here in this country.
That's right.
How does anyone in good conscience give your seaport, give your airport, to foreigners
my God.
To manage? This is part of your sovereignty. That's what says that you're an independent nation because you're able to take care of your external and internal affairs.
But here's the thing, TB. You doing well with it. It's not like you're struggling to maintain it.
This is correct.
If you're struggling to maintain it, you're not making money, you need help.
Yes.
So you ask for help.
That's right.
But these guys are they're worth $2 billion plus last year.
Yes.
As a result of the airport and the seaport. So why do you need help?
This is correct. But what you've done here is that you've made us less independent. In that we are moving instead of forward, we are moving backwards. If after 40-something years of independence, nous pas à take care of port nous pas à take care of Sakisa nous may as well buy l'Angleterre pays à vivre. Oui, buy l'Angleterre pays à vivre.
Sortir indépendant.
That's right. Sortir indépendant. You understand? And this is not only a shame, it's an insult to the people of this country. What is happening? And then to go into a deal for 40 years. For 40 years. 30 years.
30 plus
30
10.
plus, yes, 40 years.
Yeah.
And then you stuck in that. You know how many generations that have to come before we get out of that?
Oh, yeah.
And by then, peut-être you have tellement brainwash. You have been tellement fait. You can say étranger qui n'y peut take care of port you by you pass say you can take care of port you. When you know that.
Let me say something.
Yes.
L'année parents là ici on a fait bêtise. Parce que si toi tiens mal ou pas ça ni tout qu'elle fait Jésus.
Yes.
L'année on qu'elle suivre camarade et qu'elle fait to neo-criminals.
That's right.
But what is happening in this country, I want to say to you tonight and to our listeners, both here and abroad, we have to blame ourselves.
Yes.
You know? Because you see from the time that this administration, change ça JP a dit, hein?
Yeah.
C'est monsieur dit que pays ça, c'est pas ça UWP, c'est ça yo. Now, you see from that time, these men went away from the Privy Council and went to the CCJ without going for a referendum. We should have closed this country and prove to these guys that we are not there to tolerate no nonsense from either one of them.
And coach, you are
and
so
I make
right.
no apologies to that.
You are so right. If we had done that, and
you know, these fellas are so slick. They basically understand how to keep us in chains. So they tell us, they're freeing us from the Privy Council. A Privy Council, of course, everybody would like to have their own courts. But how do you have a court that is always where you have political interference in that court? Are you with me?
Yeah.
Where you have political interference. So if Philip Pierre does not like something, in the case of Ernest Hillet, he went in with Ernest Hillet and to get the poor magistrate almost frightened and showing him, we are the powers that be. The courts mean nothing. So the courts does not have that level of independence to make its own decision. And what did they do? They dismissed that case against Ernest Hillet. You understand? Now going back to the CCJ.
Yeah.
When you have a CCJ, who is to say if we have a contested election here in this country? And Andy say Flabeau-Fil Labour volé l'élection.
Oui, et you come in
l'audience. Qui moun qui assise en Eastern Caribbean à Mario? Bon, l'on prend l'état là et pour tout pour qu'on Mario et tout c'est pour ça mais il y a un CCJ. Pourquoi c'est pour ça qu'il jamais rule en faveur Flambeau si nous n'y a pas constant? I'm asking the question.
That's a good question.
Open the floor to you now.
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes.
Go ahead.
Well, the CCJ, I'm not totally sure that if it's going to go through, because remember myself and another gentleman, we had put an injunction on that.
Yeah.
So that is somewhere, as a matter of fact, I don't want to spill the details on that now, because we had put something out there, and I think that is still pending. So I don't know whether or not this thing is official. What have you heard?
Well, it is legal.
It is already?
It is already legal. And all they're missing now is to just finish off what I think I have to go through the whole process again, but I'm saying to you, it is irreversible. I'll be honest with you. So when you have a case like what you put in, this is a very good effort, don't take me wrong.
I understand.
Very good effort, but understand, when you're dealing with the Labour Party, you're dealing with their friends in Grenada.
Oh yeah.
Who is also a prime minister.
That's right.
They also have you have
St. Vincent.
They have St. Vincent.
You have Antigua.
You have Antigua.
You have Dominica.
You have a whole bunch of people.
All Labours.
Labour Party parties throughout the Caribbean.
Let me ask you something, TB, while you're saying that. Sorry, hold your thought. Isn't that a little ironic, a little strange that all of those OECS countries are all Labour? Isn't that a little strange?
Well,
and they all are friends with Maduro. Isn't that a little strange?
But you have to understand, the Labour Party comes from the left. Remember, when the war, I just don't want to go too deep into it, but I'll just give a little thing. After the Second World War, we had the partitioning of Europe. In the partitioning of Europe, you had the rise of the communists in Eastern Europe, and they formed the Soviet Union. You had the peace-loving countries like Canada, America, Britain, France, fighting for people's rights.
Right.
And so, Labour was formed in 1951, and they didn't support freedom. They claimed to support freedom. What they supported was communist ideology, and they were friends with the communists, all communist regimes around the world. When you remember George Odlum, when they won in 1979, although they had already won, they stormed Radio St. Lucia long before the results were over. And what did they do? After they had won 12 seats, what did we have? Plywood
Destroyed
City.
the city.
They destroyed the city. Labour comes from a tradition of violence, a tradition of suppression. And all of the Labour parties, with the exception of the Jamaica Labour Party, which is our sister, and a Conservative Party, so don't let the name Labour fool you on that.
Right.
You understand? Come from that trend of thought. Now, socialism, you say about Modero, socialism, all these fellas are socialists. An ideology that have not worked. Come malheureux qui a sorti en bas
Labour. Yes.
en bas Labour. None. Zero. Very few. You understand? So I'm breaking it down to you, so you better understand who we're fighting with.
Yeah.
An illogical party, a party that refused to accept freedom, a party that refused to accept the rule of law, a party that refused to accept democracy. And so we find ourselves fighting against Stalinists. Stalin. So when I say Stalinists, I mean people who believe in Stalin, meaning control moun, tout ça pour fait. Alan house là, you vle Alan, that's right. You vle di saini pour di, ek lay pour assis, lay pour du bout, ou comprend? And they have no respect for democracy. Labour Party is essentially a cult.
Yeah.
Welcome Jim Jones. Jim Jones pon 900 moun pote yo ay mo Guyana. Si nous pas kate god nous, les pas pon charge just let see ek voyo ay mo.
Belle parole.
You understand? Because it's a cult.
Hold on, you have
Yes.
to withdraw that statement.
Yeah.
Jim Jones pas pour voyer more. Il mène yo avec.
He made it like it
Like it you.
That's right.
Yeah,
And
but-
I'm not ascribing saying that Labour is going to kill anybody.
No.
I'm just trying to tell you when you're dealing with a cult.
Yeah.
Because Labour is a cult. When you're dealing with a cult, they're irrational. They are illogical. They make no sense at all. And all they can see is that red before them. All they can see is Philip Pierre,
brainwashed.
a guy because they've been brainwashed for so many years. So the onus is on us as UWPs to educate the masses. The level of education, we have to raise it so that when the next election time comes, these people are not
message is out
fooled
there.
by the Labour Party and that they vote the way they're supposed to vote.
But Brother Big, hence the reason why I have a question
Yes.
tonight. And the question is as simple as ABC.
Yes.
Knowing for a fact that this administration has run away from the CCJ.
Yes.
The question I have, because they put into mind, this is so important to St. Lucians, right? Going to the to the Privy to the CCJ. Now the question I have is as simple as ABC. Is this CCJ going to bring justice to the families and friends to that little young boy at 2 years who got shot at his home down in Beaufort?
We have no, well, the CCJ will not always rule on everything. It is what you call the court of last resort, meaning that as you go through your high court, you go through the Eastern Caribbean court. If it cannot be resolved there, then it ends up at the CCJ. So the CCJ will not always be making decisions on everything, but we have to be very careful with them. You understand? Especially if the people who are serving on the CCJ are persons who are disposed to the Labour Party thinking. That's what we should be afraid of. Now let's go back home. Let's come back home here. Have you been to the supermarket lately?
Oh yes.
Have you been?
Of course, all the
Do you
time.
touch your pocket to see how deep your pocket is every time you go to the supermarket?
What I does as a
Okay,
big man,
yes, give
instead
it-
of getting shame when I come across the cashier,
Yes.
if I buy something for $2, I check it at $4 so that when I reach to the cashier,
Yes.
I don't have to be left in goods on the side, you know,
Yeah.
that one of the workers bring it back in.
Yes.
Because I live alone and I see
Because
some
you don't want to
monster.
feel shame.
Yeah, yeah.
Going there and you don't have money to pay for it.
Brother
Yes,
B,
yes.
a box of chicken backs.
Yes.
C'est pas la malheur qu'a plus servi. Hein.
Yes.
Parlez de quoi là actuellement?
Where? By my
Ouais.
Yes.
About chicken back qui était $30, 25 something dollars, jodi a qui a coûté 70 something plus dollars.
Yes.
Et ça c'est l'administration qui dit, bah yon chance que me laisser mon en premier.
Yes.
Moi avec côté glace, et moi acheté 4 amants butter bread.
Yes.
As un bonhomme, là moi vais pas cacher. Ready to wed pour moi. en parmi mon pas terminé vie. Oui. Bien moi bail caché à $5 et puis moi vous avez fait l'argent comme $100. Yes. So you send to me. En bouc qui pas dit pièce c'est un quoi je pour acheter 4 butter bread. Et chaque butter bread là c'est juste qu'on monte qui ni 3 mois. Yes. Soumettez en lettre by et puis pour oui. Right? So you send to me one butter bread costs $1.50. Yes. Yes. You see? Now, l'autre dans le supermarché avant, où tu as acheté $10 en Turquie. Actuellement, la panisse encore. That's right. La panisse $7 en 3 et bien 2 la tchèque au champ. Sans quoi tchèque mon gars. Yes. Et changer. Les gens les parler, moi les faire mon ça. Les UWP take a run business as leader. Yes. Right? L'argent tu as joué non, ou tu ça faire commission. Enjoy ko et still mettre un petit bail en crédit union et bien la banque. Yes. Mais moi commission moi avoué bail aujourd'hui en bas administration ça. L'argent te ka jeune on même l'argent et toute bagaille ja au sans pays qui m'en ça fait jamais ça. Ou ka vivre mettre moins bagaille. So what is your experience?
Oui. Yes. Eh ben maman c'est ici. Yes. Les autres carton discussion ça là en Sky FM au soir. Ça c'est pour raison nous qu'a encouragé ont tout pour sortir demain. That's right. En protestation ça là. Parce que en bas administration Philippe J. Pierre, nous jaoué et nous jacopon Philippe J. Pierre pas qu'à s'amener pièce qualité changement en pays ça là. Philippe J. Pierre jamais été pays nous tête en bas. Il panique pièce côté pour. Alors cette discussion ça là qui l'on fait n'a eu répété comme encore qui ou c'est les bas qui ou c'est flambeau, n'importe couleur là, n'importe couleur ouvre le mettre en l'eau, il peut mettre couleur rouge, il peut mettre couleur noire. Vini en proteste ça là pour doubout baïté yo. C'est ça moi qui a encouragé maman cette ici parce que nous on dans situation qui critique parce que là où un gouvernement qui a ouvert bouche et cadeau qui crime qui a pour au pays ça c'est un pandémique. Mais si crime là c'est pandémique, toute maladie ni remède et toute maladie ni guérison. Si vous pas une guérison c'est que malade a tombé en l'eau. Alors nous quand Philippe J. Pierre ou pas ça fait travail là. Moutuez nous ou ni non massé on est crié en élection et c'est ça nous commandé et fini puis ça because ou ka choqué par ici ou ka choqué par là c'est pas rien qu'a fait you cannot do the job champagne
amon qui méchanceté tipi qu'a continuer faire méchanceté et il pas double de méchanceté. Yes. Philippe Pierre, ou changer comment moi, quand les gens qui dit Philippe Pierre qui a écrit un snap election, qui a écrit un snap, moi, coach toujours dit, ça m'a fait. Moi, j'ai deux raisons pour me dire ça. Oui. Pièce gouvernement qui n'a pas fait bien, il voulait faire toute l'année. Mais oui. Toutes 5 l'année. Si il a fait bien, si il a fait bien, il a créé un snap. Mais comment on va créer un snap? So, vous comptez quoi alors? Bon, il y a couillon, mais il n'y a pas couillon tellement.
Because c'est pour la vle, you also have a writing last one.
So
you voulez make sure that
you push
your draw. You voulez draw. You pas couillon élection après ça, mais it does not mean that nous pas ni
pour garder. Nous ni pour garder. They less centric. Because Philippe J. Pierre même dit, ça il a couillon. En bas quand il dit semaine passée pour qu'il passe l'élection. Oh, they was having election. Après il dit ça c'est ma opinion. L'autre bail là c'est les gens n'ont jamais fait méchanceté coach. Si on y a un débat, chaque fois qu'il a puis ça la cour. Ou pas dire rien. C'est continuer méchanceté. Ou quoi qu'il jamais de bout de bois puis ça la cour puis tout pas dire rien. Les bas partis Philippe J. Pierre les bas partis. Because you have fait méchanceté by Jean cette ici. Yo vend tes bananes cette ici pas dire rien. Grindberg rien. Si NCA rien. You can vendre porte rien toute qualité by SLP a happy Jean pays ça yo pas dire. So you can continuer faire méchanceté. So you can continuer faire until nous do bout clean. Et nous allons commencer demain.
C'est demain nous allons commencer. Nous allons commencer demain. Look at the agriculture. You think of agriculture, and you think how, my goodness, when bananas was gold here in this country, many farmers sent their children to school on the backs of selling bananas to educate them to be lawyers and doctors. And today, lower masses,
Dele ou qu'on choque ces petits figues de la sikouye comment?
Yo
paye ti sikouye dans
c'est ça qu'il a.
C'est ça qu'il a, ça pas.
Ça qu'il a oui.
Oui, ti sikouye.
Ça qu'il a oui.
Ou choque ces bail là quoi.
Oui, c'est ça.
C'est ça comme ça.
C'est ça qu'il a.
C'est ça qu'il a. So moi lever ça hier. Moi point quoi moi dit monsieur moi kai oui because me apporter sikouye moutou vini bali hodi.
Oui, c'est ça qu'il a.
Yes, and I'm saying to myself, my God, if we cannot, and when sometimes you go, the shelves are empty. No sikouye, no bananas, no nothing.
Now you know why that is?
Yes.
You know why that is? People, when you go to the supermarket, you see the shelves empty. You say, why? There's no produce?
Yes.
Marcy is conducting a business. Marcy will not buy produce from the farmers and it cannot sell. Because as long as you buy produce from the farmers, the St. Lucian people have no money to purchase it. Ikai poui. Marcy ni pou tirer les shelf là, et jeter. Bon, si c'est moi qui Marcy m'a acheté rien from the farmer, mais moun pas acheter.
But you see, the sad thing that we have to look at too is how much agriculture is vanishing here in this country.
It is.
Because if tout pas quand même produit assez sikouye
oui.
pour feed nous ici, ou pas même ni assez pour voir l'autre pays. Et là, moi, aller en Amérique, les gens marcher en store en Amérique. Là, ni pli fig mi passe pièce côté, et l'Amérique même pas qu'à gros fig. Et puis pas only ça tout, fig mi qui a sorti from tout partout. Et pas only ça, il pli cheap, passe sikouye that masses carbon là. You understand? And I'm saying, but what happened to our farmers? We cannot blame the farmers. We have to blame the policies of this government.
Of the government. Of the
For
government.
destroying the agricultural base of this country, which is essentially what this government have done. Now, let's shift a little bit.
We have to shift because I need to speak about Snake King.
Yes.
On the roads.
On the roads. Let's talk about infrastructure for a moment. Yeah. Champagne, you lead the way on that one.
So in the history and coach, I have been driving for a while. I have owned the vehicle, thank God, for a long time. Moi suppose c'est pas boss. Moi suppose j'ai passé plutôt 14 machines. Depuis que moi commencé drive en early 80s. Depuis que moi commencé ni machine. Mais yon tout seul qui était neuf, hein? Yon tout seul, moi jamais acheté qui neuf. Moi champagne pas, et moi ça vous drive top longtemps après moi. Ou une machine nous ka drive ou après minibus. Moi pas jamais ouais si mais cette ici en l'état en history pays ça coach.
Yes.
En history pays ça pas blague, ça pas boss, ça pas c'est pas because champagne c'est flambeau et qui blé maintenant. Moi pas jamais ouais si mais cette ici en l'état ça. En history. Non, mais qui est comme ça pour chemin, il était comme ça pour chemin en bas à l'enchassé. Tout chemin, on gère comment?
Oui.
La dernière coup de aller où on paye, on gère chemin. Bon, tu vois, en bas, après-midi, avec une de belles sables. Renault a fait le chemin en sortie la caille.
Oui.
Il a monté tout le monde là-bas, en Rostavan, il a fait chemin là. So, chemin après-midi, chemin d'aille pour tout le monde. Mon la tête mon la caille là. OK, si mais on monter là. Et tu vas descendre l'imé. L'appel.
L'appel oui.
Après-midi, you ka faire entrer si mais ka entrer au Lyon, on ka bien fait. Sous web lié et ben trois liés si mais concrète. Qui plus mais passer si men si mais iskos là. À l'enchasse ne fait en limé. L'appel est qu'à sortir. Même si quand nous avons posé pour toi, comment on
ça c'est
l'appel, et puis la caille. Si je ne pas tout, il n'y a pas combien de ponts là. Ça c'est un bas Alan Chasney, Stevenson King était là. Qui m'a dit moi c'est Stevenson King qui est responsable pour toutes ces belles ciments Alan Chasney faire. Et même là, même Stevenson King dans la position, et pas de ciment.
Pas de ciment, c'est ça. So
c'est pas Stevenson King.
C'est pas Stevenson King, c'est Alan Chasney.
Belle parole, c'est ça.
C'est ça,
c'est pas Stevenson King.
Pour comprendre that, là où c'est un carbon copy, oui. Stevenson King c'est un carbon copy.
C'est ça.
Ou pas ça bon comme premier papier qui net là avec asou ou écrit asou. Vous comprenez? Parce que so l'autre papier ça là, ça on c'est un copy.
Parce que tant ça
oui,
ça qu'on peut voir le tant ça ou ka c'est pas Stevenson King.
Parce
que Stevenson King do Gaïté Kati Mele en ministre. So, il était pour, oui, monsieur Gaï, parce que Chimé nous partait à l'idée de l'État là.
Si Gaï partait qu'à faire ces bagailles là, il était qu'à faire, la partait qu'à ni piège Chimé.
Mais Gaï d'où ça, non, mais qu'à dire, il pas même ça, c'est pas même about.
Moi, je vais tout by Gaï en Golan, mais. Belle parole, vous tenez un raison pour tuer qu'à faire ces bagailles là.
Stevenson King paye tellement. Et Guy Joseph dit ça. Guy Joseph dit, les Stevenson King, c'est le premier ministre. Jean Castries n'a pas de problème avec même Zapé Chimé ça. Il dit, Mr. Prime Minister, il a allé parler, puis. Il dit, Mr. Prime Minister, you cannot allow your constituents to give you all that flack. Il still pas payé. Guy point à sous on, Guy c'était infrastructure là. Guy point à sous on qui dit qu'à manger tout Chimé Casino. Stevenson King pas faire rien.
That's right. Because Stevenson
toute la même la cajola.
That's right. Because ça. Ring the bell, l'homme qui était ici, on y a travaillé demain matin.
Oui.
Champagne ni pour travailler. Coach ni pour travailler. Moi ni pour travailler, pourquoi moi-même?
Nous tout
ma jamais ouais un homme qui dépend à sous voters toute la vie.
Toute la vie.
Toute la vie, sous voters. Il dépend. Il peut pas faire rien pour quoi. Tout ça, il n'y a besoin, c'est fruit politics. Pour qu'il y ait moun pour faire pour des affaires quoi il c'est un bon homme après ça nous savons c'est pas pièce bon homme
ça nous a dit là c'est pas mépris nous c'est reality ça là nous perdons
so you live off the backs of the people of this country for all those years
là nous perdons 16-1 nous perdons 9 plans d'opposition 1997 so John B. Stevenson King pas rien pour sauf drink avec pain sec Stevenson King a dit à garder pour travail pour faire
and always
exactly
a lazy guy and that is why you possible say Stevenson King a présent c'est
Stevenson King la pani pièce mon à la terre qui paye en bas
passer ça bon Nazi ça qui fait là c'est où savez battre le quoi dégagement d'un homme because Léo fait tiba là between Richard Frederick et puis Stevenson King et adio pour gouvernement yo. Même si vous l'avez dit que monsieur partait ça même leader un boy scout.
Oui, un boy scout.
Oui. Vous accepté. Mais vous juste parlé que ça. Vous sortez from prime minister pour senior minister à un gouvernement. Ou quoi Ernest elect pièce Jean Lébar respecte au senior minister.
Mais Pierre dit.
Autant ça Kennedy. Kennedy told him, you know, don't let me open my mouth.
Oui, mais Pierre dit qu'il a démontré contre lui.
Asking you to fix roads.
Pierre dit qu'il a démontré contre lui. Il dit I will lead the demonstration against own minister.
When you have a government that is basically willing to demonstrate against
one of the ministers.
Je vais démontrer là, moi-même dis moi là tout because c'est ça les joueurs nous apporter gouvernement.
Bon ça moi le dis bonheur. Moi le dis oui. Moi le dis ça avec ma fait pièce apologie.
Yes.
Moi le faire les Saint-Lucien ça. Il y a une administration qui dit qu'elle met au premier.
Oui.
Depuis c'est monsieur ça venir et mettez VAT en moun mort. Moi le faire ça.
Exactly.
Nous n'y pouvons pas construire. Et nous pas une pièce notre choix. Demain si modèle pour nous démontrer
tout is D-Day. We are making our voices and our resolve known to this government that you cannot continue to govern in the manner in which you're governing. Bon, regardez ça. Là, on y a un gouvernement. Où vient un pouvoir? On y 15-2. Only 15-2.
15-2. What's the problem?
But there's problem. You're supposed to be able to govern without any issues.
You shouldn't have a problem.
Any issues. And so, what they are doing there is they have failed. And so, because they have failed, they think that the old dirty record, the broken record about Alan Chasney,
no, that's dead.
And continue to resonate.
So they're going to the bread and butter.
That's right. You fool us once, you will not fool us twice.
So I'm hearing that they're trying to go to the bread and butter, which is the offer monies. They're offering people money not to go to the match.
Well, guess what? On swear I'm going to play this dot si les baba ils ont l'argent. Pour l'argent zot ek ban nou juste à souiller demain.
Bon, ça nous avons un petit problème de nuit. Shoni Boy après 20 années, il y a parlement. Bon, comme M. Chasney et puis Madame Ferrapolius, Antoine Politics, yo qui a chimé l'appel là, même chimé l'appel ça.
About toilier chimé. About toilier.
Même monsieur chimé ça, chante dit les bas parti pas de là. Monsieur Chasseneur to y fait. Bon, ça a l'air confiance tellement. Chimé c'est métier la richesse là. Mon il passé il kiasé. OK? Bon, pas tout côté il kiasé parce que là dans vidéo qu'a circulé dehors là parce que là il y a un monde qui a supporté flambeau. Il pas mené concret là côté supposé mener.
Monsieur toujours capable ça.
Alors, il y en a de ces gens qui ont un contrat là, il allait, il dit un camarade, mais camarade là, ça c'est pas supporté.
Yes.
So il dit camarade là, l'année, han tout mauf calé parce qu'il y a quoi So il dit camarade là, l'année, han tout mauf calé, en chimé cimetière, 20 fois journée. So moi après il dit que là en la richesse, crier Shoni Boy, il dit Shoni Boy, yon homme qui nous contrat qu'a crié l'autre camarade là pour bailler journée. Shoni Boy crier nom là. Il dit nom là si vous voulez continuer travail là, on n'est pas bailler camarade ça journée travail là.
Bah où ça?
Ça c'est un club chair pour Shoni Boy. C'est pour ça nous qu'a crié mon demain.
Tomorrow to come out.
Un match là pour
you
nous
need
dire
to come out
les bas
tomorrow.
partis assez.
Enough is enough. Now I just want to switch gears a little bit, Champagne, and talk about the 2.5.
Right.
The health and
health and security.
Health and travel thing.
Mhm.
Okay.
Health and security.
Health and security. Yes. Now, Champagne, the United Workers' Party saw how burdensome a 15% VAT was on the people of St. Lucia. We felt that threshold was too high and wanted to be able to have more St. Lucians keep monies in their pockets instead.
And keep businesses running.
Keep businesses running.
Yes.
Absolutely. Then the Labour Party came, and to show you how wicked these people are, they can see the plight of the poor. You've not been able to create jobs here in this country. You've not been able to even control crime here in this country. Because that's the crime you're talking about.
Right.
But yet still, you are going to make life more difficult for the average St. Lucian by putting back the 2.5 to make it 15%. Because don't worry about them. Levy, whatever they call it, it's a
the
tax.
same tax. That's what it is.
It's a damn tax.
It's the damn tax on
Do
the
you
VAT.
understand
That's
that?
what it is.
And that's what it is.
That's what it is.
So they felt Alan Shastley c'était encore pas raison pour
Outiller.
Oui,
by
Malé, and reprieve.
Oui.
So they can keep more money in the pocket. Way on that, coach.
You saw right. You saw right, my brother. I want
Yes.
to add upon this.
Yes.
Don't forget the vote by these guys.
Yes.
You remember the. En vérité.
Allez.
Où son jeu, monsieur dit, si Alan pas été touché, pas tiré 2.5 ça,
Yes.
combien de dollars gagné millions?
Vous gagnez 54 millions.
Ça, c'est pas pour ça,
About Jean-Pierre.
Non.
On va mettre l'exemple hier.
C'est pour ça, Pierre.
Yes.
Ou pas jamais entendre en UWP considérer pays animal.
Bon, change.
We always talk about the less fortunate.
Yes.
Et qui ça, Pierre dit? Those houses were not meant to build for people to live.
Yes.
Those houses were built for the poorest of the poor.
Yes.
Ça veut dire, c'est mon yo mettant cette ça sont des chiens.
C'est pas mon. Non mais c'est pas où qui dit, c'est ça y est. C'est ça y est.
C'est pas où qui dit.
C'est pas où qui dit. Dis ça encore coach, ça dit ça encore parce que c'est pas où qui dit. Il dit c'est pas pour mon.
We need the poorest of the poor.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So
poorest of the poor. Now let me
just...
Yeah.
Moun c'est Mike we yo moun. Because tu dis c'est pas moun.
Nous gardons ça pas qu'il baille.
Well, yo say moun anzie nous.
Pour nous.
Mais anzie les ba yo.
Oui, parce que it was not meant to build for people to live.
Yes.
So, et qu'on met accept by on it, ça veut dire c'est animaux.
Mais nous wind back à moment là. Nous wind back because moi voulais nous était.
Oui, à 2.5 là.
2.5 là.
Oui.
Ernest il a dit that let trois moun commencer à venir au TI. Et qui dit ça en parlement. Trois moun te ka venir au TI pour demander pour help yo et puis maladie yo.
Oui.
Et qui toi payer ça c'était un chai pour lui. Et ça c'était là yo catchile ça c'est un bright idea. Si mieux moins et les autres, n'a fait n'a tax autres.
Oui.
Pourquoi pas raison pour venir demander moi pour.
Oui, pour l'argent.
Oui. Pour l'argent. Il dit ça. Nous oui, mais c'est pas sérieux. Il dit ça au parlement. Bon là il dit ça au parlement. En gestion cette liste ça vole over tête yo. Mais on pas réaliser que ça sorti 2.5 la sorti because Ernest il a dit
that top moun te ka vini oti.
Right.
So ite ni pou ache pou un scheme, un programme kote i kay fè yo paye.
Pou ko pa rezon yo.
Pou ko pa rezon yo. You understand? And I'm saying to you tonight, on a serious note, folks, my brothers, on a serious note, when you see the degradation here in this country, là où l'État pays à la présent, là où manière malheureuse qu'a quatre yo en pays.
Oh yeah.
Est-ce que vous croyez that the labor is so heartless? They're so heartless that they cannot even think of the poor. And all they can think about is themselves.
Oh yeah.
They went to Dubai. I don't want to stray, but they went to Dubai. Qui ça y a apporté from Dubai? What have they brought back from Dubai? Nothing. And I'm saying to you, I support our political leader 100% when he says when we come back to office, we will remove the 2.5.
Let me get in on it a little bit with that part.
Yes.
In the history of St. Lucia, the VAT was announced by Stephenson King, but it was not implemented. Kenny Anthony came in. Listen, before, when that VAT issue was announced,
yes,
or proposed by Stephenson King, Kenny Anthony said it's the worst thing that could ever happen to the people of St. Lucia. It's going to be the most oppressive tax ever. And the people of St. Lucia will not be able to bear it. It did not take the man 6 months. And he never explained to us, well, I'm going to start off with 5 or 10.
Yeah.
Instant 15%.
Yes.
Instant.
Yes.
St. Lucian didn't even understand that from a percentage.
Exactly.
We didn't know it.
Exactly.
We didn't know how to work this 15%, but we accepted it because Kenny put it. The same man that said it was going to be oppressive.
Yes.
They got out. Another individual that know about these taxes came in and we reduced it by 2.5%,
yes,
and would further reduce it further down to 10.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we lost.
Yes.
The guys didn't take 1 year, coach, to bring back the same 2.5%,
yes,
and St. Lucians are saying nothing.
Nothing. Well, tomorrow we have a chance to say something.
Yeah. Come on.
And we are going to say loud and clear. And not only that too, I want to give St. Lucians the assurance tonight that a united workers' party government will repeal the 2.5.
Amen.
Are you listening to me? I want to give you the assurance tonight that the United Workers' Party will repeal
Yes,
that
we will.
2.5%.
Yes, we will.
Now, anything you have to say additional on this 2.5 before we move to another subject?
Eh bien, 2,5% ça là, les techniciens. Il a décambré tout le monde. Il a décambré ni flambeau, ni les bas. C'est pour ça que nous avons encouragé tout le monde venir en match là pour nous dire non pour 2,5% les vis là. C'est pour ça que nous avons invité tout pour dire non pour GPH.
Yes.
C'est pour ça que nous avons dit non pour vieillir mes conditions en pays ça là.
Yes.
C'est pour ça que nous avons dit non pour gouvernement qui est en corruption.
Yes.
C'est pour ça que nous avons dit non pour monsieur Claudias.
Oui. Nous voulons l'autre speaker.
Nous voulons l'autre speaker parce que speaker ça là, il pas bon. Nous avons arrêté speaker ça là. C'est pour ça que nous avons dit non pour ministre Housing qui a insulté femme pays ça là. Sorti dans demain à Grand Limo. Et pour nous dire Philippe Dieu-Pierre, souple, enough is enough.
Mais il y en a qui go vol. Et m'a même dit disrespect. Plus go vol, moi-même championnat, j'aimerais. C'est un homme qui pointe en short groupe Jean Pays en coach. Et moi, nous n'avons pas là sur ça, nous tous. Un homme pointe en short en 10 l'année qui passe, short a été vaut moins de 13 millions de dollars. 10 l'année qui passe. Tant ça. 10 l'année à Hodia, nous avons fait évaluation sur même short ça, et qui mène descendre pour 2,5 millions. Ou jamais, qui a été maf ça?
Yes.
Non mais coach, dis-moi pas c'est ça.
Waterfront nous avons là-bas là, coach. Waterfront à dans city, oui.
Il dit c'est because of Zodi.
Oui.
So tu as descend.
So which means that is some that later when this the nine movie that
non mais Zodi.
Mais ça va pas faire pièce sens.
Moi demande ces messieurs en question il y a ce programme moi dis si tu es bon dans ça en façon ça. Il y a tout qui va, il y a une propriété.
Oui.
Ça, il a acheté $5 pour square foot. Est-ce qu'il n'y a jamais vendu pour $3?
Yeah.
So, comment ça fait pour un pays? Ça
Oui.
va pas essayer, mais
Non,
ça.
non,
C'est
non.
pour ça que
Non.
c'est pour ça que dit ici, à l'effort qu'a coûté,
Yes.
le monde qu'a coûté nous, d'espérer qu'un pays. Nous, n'y pouvons pas blâmer comme nous.
Oui.
Parce que laissez pas ça fait. Nous, tout le temps,
Belle parole.
qu'à enfler.
Oui.
Pays, ça, t'es supposé, j'ai fait, mais pas aujourd'hui.
Pas
Pas
aujourd'hui.
aujourd'hui.
Pas aujourd'hui.
Pour
Belle
voir
parole.
comment
Pas
ça va
aujourd'hui.
être.
Pas aujourd'hui.
Ma ka promoter violence.
Non, pas qu'à pas
Ça m'a dit, ça m'a dit, c'est monsieur qui pays ça, nous pas ni, nous pas un gourmet et puis les bas.
Oui.
Mais nous voulons faire les bas, ça qui. Yo pas ça jamais quoi. Yo kay point démocratie nous from nous.
Belle parole.
Belle parole coach.
Belle parole.
Commission moi ka voué ba ici monsieur on souhait c'est que fait ça qui doit.
Oui.
Parce que nous pas kay dou bout là et puis ouais qui c'est monsieur qu'a mené pays ça descendre plus fond en
nous
dans
ka
la
wete
mer. Ka wete la
Non,
parole.
Belle
yes,
parole.
yes.
Changer tout.
Yes.
15-2 là, c'est affaires. 15-2 pas ba ou permission pour
Pour
nous
faire
take
ça,
power
oui.
over nous.
Yes,
Yes,
amen.
vous comprenez ça, madame?
Amen.
Ou pas de power over nous. Vous
Amen.
comprenez? Because on y pour respecter rights nous. On peut respecter the fact that ici a sa démocratie until nous tourner en one state.
Et qui bagaille fait.
Et qui bagaille fait, nous
Bagaille
pas
fait.
jamais quitter ça fait.
Mais yo, on attention.
Of course,
Yo, vle paye.
of course,
Yo, vle
of course.
paye.
Pas dit les bas veulent faire tourner
Ah,
cette
ouais.
into a one state party.
Mais pas oublier,
Vous comprenez?
c'est monsieur
Yes.
Fanbaï qui bon. Hein?
Yeah.
C'est monsieur Fanbaï qui bon.
Yeah.
Haïtien dit dans les blancs.
Yeah.
Right? Parce que c'est pour ça qu'il y a une élection 15 pour 2.
Yeah.
Et quand dès l'année et demi, yo croisé pays à net.
Ah oui.
Au niveau bail aussi.
Vas-y, net. Net.
Ça c'est bail là, fait bien. Et pour prendre zot bat. Pour prendre zot bat. Ou te kay kweste pour que ça allait te venir pouvoir, you te have préparé pour govern. But you're not ready to govern because number one, the Labour Party is better suited in opposition than it is in government because the Labour Party does not have what it takes to govern a country.
Well, so in that
That is the
instant,
fact.
in that case,
Yes.
and we have heard that throughout our whole lives, Coach, Labour Party is better in opposition. So when they destroy this country and we come back and to build it up, they come back to destroy it. Saint Lucia by Pesco there.
Well, Kousala,
C'est d'ici par aller Pesco there, si c'est qu'on met pas de la
nous make sure nous allow, là où nous prenons pouvoir encore. Nous pas catcher bay until nous finissons développement de pays.
Belle parole.
That's what we are
Les
going
bas
to do.
passagers même vieux, les
Because
flambeaux
your
vieux là.
cell term pas qu'à ça fait nous rien. So nous we have to make sure nous travaillons, nous make sure nous change parti nous ensemble, nous need to make sure that pays can benefit.
Belle
The
parole.
country is benefiting from what a United Workers Party government is doing. And I'll tell you something. The thing about Alan Shastney is he thinks. He thinks.
That's for sure.
And who thinks? Visionaries think. Yes. Because their minds are always, things are flowing through their mind. What can I do? How can I do it? Philippe doesn't care for that. Philippe just slap things all over the place, and if it were it fall, it fall.
Philippe
But Alan Shastney is what you call an economic builder. He builds neatly to ensure that there is going to be continual progress for years to come. The Labour Party, what do? They divide, they destroy, and they kill our country.
Well, let me say something.
Yes.
I support you 100%.
Yes.
And let me say. And let me say this.
Yes.
Alan, he did not come on his own.
Yes.
The father sent Alan in order to continue the good works
The
of
good
Sir
work.
John.
Yes.
Now, the respect I have for Alan is that COVID.
Yeah, that's the
COVID,
please. Yeah.
COVID proved to us that Alan is the genius.
Oh, yes. Of
And
course.
Alan
Of course.
is the one to take us to the promised
This
land.
is correct.
You see,
Yeah.
because when COVID discovered St. Lucia, it had to find us on the leadership of the Labour Party.
Yes.
You see, by today, pays ça va te même ni 50%.
Non, mais regardez, le mouvement est venu. 400 gens, 7 morts. Nous pas jamais ni pour oublier ça. 400 solutions perished on the Labour. And you know why? Because Alan Shastney was always concerned about saving lives and livelihood.
Yes.
You understand? Labour only concerned about filling their pockets. And so they didn't give a damn. The same people that used to say to Alan Shastney, open the country, do this and do that. Guess what? The moment they did everything that they were telling Alan Shastney in terms of opening the country, we had all of these deaths that happened. And guess what? The country is open now. What is flowing in the country?
But you could imagine, I listened to that Johnny, that little girl, red-skinned girl that went to Dominican talk all the nonsense crap. Said, oh yes, his boys are locked in, they can't go out. You know what is a curfew? Vous allez un curfew. Pièce police qui joue là, vous pouvez un fusil?
No,
no, because when someone dit ça, c'est que l'on y a curfew, you should be indoors.
Well, yes.
Ça veut dire que les polices jouent un peu où,
yes.
ça veut dire qu'on prend un risque pour commettre
well,
un
you're taking a risk, but we still want to ensure that if persons under a curfew, that the police can take them home or arrest them without any
yeah,
sense of violence.
No, but what I'm saying to you is like, we have to call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
Right? Let me say to God, Diki, c'est Bouglia Bassa Sodo. You dit non conscient là. On te raconte une nouvelle en rôle la terre à savent qu'il a ni Covid. C'est monsieur dit bah c'est mon pays c'est pas ni Covid. Chasse n'est qu'à servir si un mois in order pour faire l'argent. Pourquoi moi non qui fait un client là pour servir un si un mois pour mentir?
Non, il pas pour faire ça.
Comment c'est belle blague?
TP through you. Okay. I know. I was going to say through you. We want to speak about St. Jude, but go ahead. You probably have the. So go ahead.
Yes. So we're about to move into St. Jude because I wanted to touch a little bit of. We have another half an hour here.
Yes. Okay.
Because it's minutes to 9 right now, and we want to touch on St. Jude. Folks, things are bad. We cannot pretend as if it's not bad. Labour Party has said for the last 25 years they are going to introduce universal health care. Universal health care, as far as they're concerned, is tout bagay kay free for tout moun. But I'm saying the Labour Party does not have the resources. The Labour Party does not have the brains or the mechanism that is required to be able to introduce universal health care in this country. So all they do about is talk about it. What Aaron Chasney offered us was $75,000 for each St. Lucian. Am I right? Or am I right? And the Labour Party comes under this mama guy stuff about the free ambulance. Ambulance. And that is to show you the backward thinking of this government, you know. And at the end of the day, you made a choice. I'm going back now to, I just wanted to talk about healthcare, and I wanted to talk about the St. Jude. Now with St. Jude, 80-year-old building, termite infested, it was burnt out, it couldn't even get certification by the DCA. By DCA. Approval, sorry. A whole bunch of problems. And then comes the United Workers' Party, gave us what you call a state-of-the-art hospital. Every country that is progressive in terms of healthcare have a box for their hospital.
Oh yes.
And they decide to do so because of it, for efficiency in the hospital's operation, to ensure, for example, that if I have a heart attack, God forbid, that that a helicopter can take me within minutes onto the new hospital that Alan Shastney and the United Workers' Party was building. So it would have taken about, what, $40 million to finish this current hospital, which was started by the United Workers' Party. You went to the Saudis, you took $200 million to finish an old hospital, who has spent presque $10 million as fencing. $10 million, yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, $10 million on fencing and what? Trying to kill termites. Huh? And up to now, nothing has happened. Folks, I am asking you tonight. I just wanted to lay it out first.
Vous savez pour ça, moi, que toutes ces Mercedes, vous avez pour la Hollande battait. Just me la Hollande battait. Vous savez pour qui? Parce que c'est même ça pour ça, qui ouvre fenêtre en bas, avec 10 000 population pays, qui, ça l'hôpital n'a pas de pièce problème, il juste vous un petit coup de Clorox. Vieux fois pas de Clorox.
Avec pour Clorox, you still focus on Twitter, mate.
Pourquoi il l'a poussé de
c'est vous avez visible.
So demain si on y allait, ça,
yes.
C'est pas concerné Alain, non?
Yes.
C'est concerné nous et nous protéger démocratie nous.
Us as solutions to protect our democracy. to have the right to adequate and good health care in this country, and to be able to ensure that not so many St. Lucians keep dying out of diseases that could have been cured in a good hospital and by good specialists.
Monsieur Tipi,
yes.
le moi passé bon l'hôpital là dimanche,
Yes.
nous avons passé.
Yes.
Et puis moi regardé vieux l'hôpital Saint Jude's.
Oui.
Et puis l'hôpital Neuf là.
Yes.
Ça c'est un crêpe.
Mais oui.
Pour moi c'est ici catolo oui.
Oui.
Politicien.
Yes.
Brainwash yo comme ça.
That's right.
Et puis politicien ka vini ka ouvert bouche yo.
Oui.
Ka vini dit en l'hôpital international.
Yes.
C'est en bret.
Oui.
Et là yo même tombé malade, yo ka courir la main en dehors. Ça c'est hotel. Alors c'est pour ça nous ka encourager moun sorti de mais pour nous ay goumen, nous pas vle vieux l'hôpital Saint Jude, nous vle l'hôpital hélicoptère ka posole.
It's correct, and we want a modern state-of-the-art hospital, which is what would bring us to world standards. Nous pas ça vieux regress. Là où vous voulez, c'est par exemple, là on y pour faire mon surgery. L'appli a tombé, zéclé a pété dehors là. Qui m'a dit qu'on move from one place to another? En bas l'appli. Hein? Parce que ça top couillon.
You know,
les bas sortent tout ça. Les bas c'est une nation qui sort.
You know, JP
yes.
and gentlemen in the world,
Yes.
you cannot learn anything from the Labour Party.
Yes.
Kenny Anthony, who has a DR, who possesses a doctorate, for him to make a statement and classify a hospital as a box, coming from this man,
Yes.
this man,
Yes.
to classify a hospital as a box, and he has used it several times. The offices on the waterfront, what are they ships?
Exactly. Yes.
What are they ships?
All boxes.
So who are in there?
All boxes. Kenny Anthony was there. Philippe is in there. All of them in there.
So you see the ridicule and the stupidity from these people?
That's right.
You're going to classify the hospital as a box, but your office, all of you all are in the same box-shaped office.
Well, Brother Chauvin,
Yes.
I want to give you 100%
So I cannot learn anything from these people.
But let me say to you, you make a good point, but let me say to you, a man who has been representing Beaufort for more than 20-something years.
Yeah, going on 30.
20-something years.
Yes.
Now, put into mind that Beaufort is easier to develop than the north.
By far.
Yes.
Because Beaufort plat
The terrain, topography,
and for
everything.
25 years has done nothing. Qu'est-ce qu'on expect?
Exactly.
Connaître about a modern facility.
Yon seul bagay fait c'est en bas yon ka kouye akorde c'est qui ça fait en bas il dit mettre là
A square. But this is serious. This is serious. Let's look at that and let's look at the insult of the intelligence of the people, and the Labour Party know why they do it. So you have John Peters, who is supposedly an engineer.
Yes.
Every engineer should know what buildings are shaped like.
Yes.
They should know at least.
Yes.
But you're going to come out and say to the people of St. Lucia that the hospital is a box. Why do you say that? I'll tell you why. Because the Labour Party supporters accept these kinds of nonsense.
Yes. But not only,
They accept this kind of nonsense. And let me just finish. And from John Peters, all the others said the same thing. You know why? Because all of their people listen to this nonsense coming from them.
But let me go further. What John Peters did there was to compromise his own professionalism.
Absolutely.
And so
Absolutely,
we
because
cannot
you're
have
supposed to
respect.
know better.
We cannot have
ring the
respect
bell
for a
to
man
me.
like
Ring the
that.
bell for yourself.
We cannot have a respect, any
Amen.
respect for a man like that. Because you
Amen.
compromise
Yes,
your
your own
professionalism
profession.
for
Absolutely.
politics.
Exactly.
And the
Absolutely.
professional does not compromise the profession because of politics.
Amen.
You have to have a certain principle that guides you.
That guides your
as a
profession.
professional.
Amen. Ring the bell, Tipi. Ring the bell. That is
So, let's look about
box.
Box, ek bagay kon sa. Nou ka point misye ek pan pièce wè spè
Yeah.
posè,
Ah oui.
because pas supposé nou ka
No,
respect.
yes.
You understand?
That's a
And
very good
tomorrow-
point.
Yes, and tomorrow I want to say to our people, your opportunity is tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes.
Not the day after, not the day after, the weeks
Yes.
after.
Yes.
Tomorrow is
Yes.
your opportunity to show slate.
Yes.
Ah oui.
To show slate. And we are going to assemble tomorrow from as early as 3:30
Amen.
by the VG playing field. That's where we are going to be assembled. Champagne, Ring the Bell will be there.
with Istanbul.
That's right.
To entertain.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Our
Sky
solo group
Yes.
will be there to entertain.
Yes, sir.
And we are going to do it the St. Lucian way. We are also going to ensure that we respect law and order.
Amen.
Nous pas qu'à aller là pour faire des agréments. We are going there to make a statement.
Belle parole, Mr. TP.
A statement. That's what we are going out there tomorrow to do. And we are going to do it forcefully.
Yes.
Within the parameters of the law.
Yes.
So demain nous commande ou pour porter du justo.
As a young person, I have observed what is happening in St. Lucia for the past 2 years. There have been attempts to silence anyone with a contrary opinion. Cabinet members will attack people at will, attempting to force us not to speak out. This nonsense has gone on long enough. I am marching so all St. Lucians can regain their voice and not be bullied. I am marching so the Prime Minister can get a grip on his ministers. I am marching in defense of democracy. On Thursday, November 30th, I am marching from the VG playing field to the boulevard to just say no.